19 minutes after noon, which in the context of when I woke up and the night that I had, this is really not too bad. I Guys, can I be honest with the zero of you who are currently in either chat? Can I be real with the no people who know exactly when I'm going to hit start streaming every day? I don't know how I feel about this new face mask. I don't Z and I have been doing this new nighttime face mask, and my skin both, like, it looks better, it looks softer, and I feel like I look kind of sunburned all the time. I'm very sensitive to that as a white man. As a member of Pasty Nation, I'm very sensitive to looking sunburned. And I look sunburned as fuck. Me when 17 states get infected with contaminated milk cartons because the FDA got shot by RFK Jr. Is that Trump watch for the day? Did we get like E. coli outbreak in the milk? Hold on. So I see we've tested 17 states for bird flu. So I am confused by this one because I see we've checked 17 states for bird flu virus because we have bird flu in dairy cattle in 9 different states. But it said that we didn't have any live virus. Mauled, I'm going to bed teaching a couple of my friends magic. Any tips? Joe Salsa, I would say this tip goes for teaching your friends magic. It goes for teaching them how to rise up against the bourgeoisie. It goes for really teaching people anything is let them ask questions and try to provide just enough information for them to reach the conclusion on their own. What will often overwhelm people when you try to teach them magic or really any game is if you just tell them like thing after thing after thing after thing, versus if you give them the basics of like play land, cast spell, and then every time something comes up, they ask like, oh, how the fuck does this work? And you explain then. And then you let them get to the conclusion. It will stick it will stick better and it will stick faster. I agree with what Troper's saying about Play Jumpstart. Those packs are designed to have simpler interactions. Like the Jumpstart product is 100% designed to be an easy to get into experience that will have synergies that are not complicated. Dimmer Spyed is John Maldhound from Point and Laugh. It's John Maldhound from John Point and Laugh. White Bread, thank you for the 100-bit cheer, my friend. Hey there, Johnny Mad Dog. I'm trying to build a Jeskai Prowess aggro deck, but I can't figure out which commander I should use. Who should it be? If you want to do aggro, I would do probably New Elsha. This is a pretty solid aggro deck. It can be kind of mulligan dependent because you basically have to it's kind of rough because you have to get Elsha out by 3, and then by turn 4 you have to have a turn that can make sure she connects for like 4. If you don't play Elsha turn 3 and you don't connect on turn 4 for like 2 or more damage to the player, you're probably just like DOA. But if that happens, then you're cooking with gas. Narset Enlightened Exile is a great aggro commander for prowess. That is true. The only reason I didn't recommend Narset Enlightened Exile is it's just so good at everything Jeskai. And so you will immediately write a threat check that you might not be able to cash at the table. Like it's saying, oh, hey, I'm losing to my friend in MMA. Do you have any tips? And I go, yes, you can take this Spaz 12 shotgun and blow a hole in their chest cavity. It will work. I'm not saying it won't work. I'm just saying you might want to think about the consequences. How about a more mid-rangey flurry strategy? What's a good commander for that? All right, Alec, man. Thank you for the tee-in. This bitch. This is more Enchantress, but this is like mid-rangey flurry for sure. White Tiger. Hey, buddy. I'm feeling worse. Every moment is pain. I'm going to be... I also read it as a mid-rangey furry strategy, and I had to do like a triple take. So White Tiger, I'm going to be getting a doctor's appointment about this, but for the last like 5 days, anytime I try to sleep, my neck hurts so bad that I'm nauseous, and like every point of contact between my neck, my head, and the pillow hurts so bad that I just can't fall asleep. And so the only way I can sleep is with a combination of sleep meds and pain meds, and I've been just sleeping like dog ass, and I have no idea what's going on. I've been getting worsening neck pain and headaches for probably like a month or two now, and I've steadily progressed through the interventions of like, oh, well, maybe I need to stretch more. Oh, well, maybe I need to do more like exercises to strengthen the neck. Like, oh, maybe I need to be more active in general because I sit a lot, because I stream so much. And I've steadily progressed through all of those things, and none of them are making it any better. And so I'm going to go see a doctor about it. Have you been feeling any numbness in fingers and toes? Not in fingers, but I've had far before this ever happened. I've had bad back pain and sciatica for like years because of rowing. And so it's also kind of gotten jumbled in with like my back and my whole lower body hurts every single day of my life. DMC, I did order a new chair. I ordered a Herman Miller Aeron, which I am told is one of the like top of the line office chairs for back pain. I did not get one of these like sleek gamer chairs. I got myself a Office Depot middle manager office chair that's meant to be good for back pain. It's not gonna be here for like 2 weeks because I ticked the box for adjustable lumbar support, which apparently adds 2 weeks to the lead time of getting the product. D Twinbee, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Yeah, gamer chairs are literally just to have like the backdrop for a Twitch stream. Have you considered the pain might be caused by carrying the reputation of blue players on your back? Zoria, I did think about that, and that's why it took me so long to come forward with this issue. I knew that I would be letting Blue Nation down. I knew that I would be letting down the Blue Man group when I told them that you guys are too heavy. You're too cringe. I'm out here in the trenches fighting the good fight of telling people that the counterspells are fair, knowing that that's not true. And you motherfuckers keep providing evidence to show them that it's not true. And there's only so much I can do as one person. Sirius Skies, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Yeah, engineer, thank you for chiming in. I'm hoping the better office chair helps because the last like 2 months have been a steady escalation of doing more, not even like heavy lifting, but doing more resistance training and stretching for my like shoulders, thoracic spine, and neck. And it's only getting worse, which I was like, the first week or two, I was like, okay, I'm just sore and still have the problem. I need to give it a little bit of time before I go like, this isn't helping. And now I'm like 2 months into it and it hurts more and my shoulders and neck are sore all the time. Do you have a good mattress and pillow to support you while you are asleep? So I have a good mattress. I'm not sure about the pillow because I got a I can't remember the right word for it, but I got a pillow that was meant specifically to be for neck support while you sleep, and that just makes it hurt more. And so I don't. So that was another tier of intervention, is when I did I actually got a mattress from Helix after they contacted me about doing the ad. So I have a Helix mattress. And the Helix mattress is good, and the Helix mattress helped in general. But I've gone from like normal pillow to pillow specifically for neck pain to I've tried sleeping with no pillow. I've tried having just like a little tiny thing to support the back of my head while I sleep, and none of them are really sufficient, and the issue just keeps getting worse over time. And so it's again like whatever I'm laying on, there's just a enough pain that I cannot sleep wherever it's touching. Gotta try giving doctors tons of money really helps. Yeah, especially on self-employed health insurance is gonna be, it's gonna be so sick. Cause I know what's gonna happen is I'm gonna go into the doctor's office. I'm gonna talk to them about the problem, and they're gonna be like, "That's crazy. Let's give you an X-ray and or MRI," and then I'm gonna get neck pain for an entirely different reason. Thoughts on chiropractors? Broadly, bullshit doctors. I've seen a I've seen a ton of chiropractors earlier on when I was rowing and I was having back pain with rowing, and basically like none of them were ever able to provide me medical relief. And the more I would research like how chiropractors were actually operating, I was like, oh, the only meaningful outcome that could come of this is I could get paralyzed by a particularly bad chiropractor. But chiropractors are basically like, if you are, to anybody that is watching this, whether you're watching live or on the VOD, if you have gone to a chiropractor and you're like, wow, that was awesome, I implore you to see a massage therapist or begin a resistance training regimen instead, because that is going to provide the same benefits without the extreme risk to your body. Chiropractors are basically 100% bullshit doctors. Some of them are at least good at providing temporary relief, but they're just going for big, flashy kerthunk noises to trick you into believing that that temporary relief is something significant, so you keep paying them. Yeah, they can't do anything better than a massage therapist and can do so much more damage. Exactly, DMC. So yeah. So no, I'm not seeing a chiropractor about it. Okay, we have to. God, the pre-roll demons are almost upon us. Okay, so we're gonna wait until I can run the next pre-roll ad, and then we're going to beat the pre-roll demons off with a stick. And then we're gonna grab the order for today, which we have a relatively full docket for today. Presto Dash, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. We're going to jork them to Nurst. We're going to jork them. Yeah, I think all those names are safe. And then I don't think I ordered today within. Okay, JM does have to go earlier in the stream. Archeon does have to go earlier in the stream. Oh, so this is actually ordered correctly. How hard are we jorking them? Terminally serious. Also, Tiger, hit me with that personal question, my friend. Unless you did, and that's what kicked all this off. Okay. I thought this might be a weird question, so I redeemed some balls for it. Are you a back, side, or front sleeper? Because I used to have a lot of pain in my neck when I laid on my side, and it subsided when I changed from side to back. So I am kind of a all-over sleeper. I can go to sleep in one position and wake up in another. I have tried. I will say sleep. The worse the neck pain has gotten, the more that sleeping on my front has been difficult. Like it causes like a weird sort of pinching feeling, and the front of the front neck muscles are super tight. So I don't sleep on my front really ever anymore. But I used to kind of rotate regularly through sleeping on the front, sleeping on my side, sleeping on my back. And recently, sleeping on my back hurts more than sleeping on my side. And so what will typically happen, during a night is I will go to sleep on my side because my side is the least painful, and then I will wake up on my back. All right, JM, how long... I mean, do you still have enough time if we start your roast first? Nick, that's actually what I've been doing. Is I now have a little like stepping stool of pillows where one goes under my chest and another goes under my neck, and that's the only thing that can make it like tenable, but it's still pretty bad. Like that is if I do that and I don't have pain meds and sleep meds, it still hurts too much to fall asleep. If I don't do that and I have pain meds and sleep meds, it takes me a really long time to fall asleep. But if I have that pillow too. Hey, Ungodly One, God bless you. We got that pillow too. Listen, I've been on because of the sciatica, I've been on my pillow game. I am no freshman when it comes to the woes of back pain and the like little fortress of pillows that you can build under yourself to try to like stabilize and support your spine. Which is again why I haven't like talked about it very much until I was like, okay, I'm going to the doctor, because I've been a failed Olympic hopeful, and that is only to provide context of I have gone through years and years of managing spinal injuries, both with the help of a doctor and having to just like do as many at-home interventions as possible. And I have been applying all the ones I know of to my neck to literally no avail. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Rob E1237, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. And Atraxis Chosen, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Hey Malt, how are we doing? Turns out I have chronic hexane poisoning. I'm fine, trust. Well, you definitely beat me at the Pain Olympics. We're doing bad. We spent like 20 minutes vamping about neck pain, so I'm gonna hit Luna, happy birthday, my friend. Have a good lunch. I'm gonna hit the manual ad break so that we can get into JM's roast. Let me look at what you're working with right now. Acute hexane poisoning. Get out of here. Coma and death. Good. Well, hey, I'm glad the doctors are on top of that. I saved myself $5 by watching enough Malltown to know he would roast my deck by just saying it's in pre-con jail with no win-con. Perfect. I'm very happy for you, Englo. A friend gave me a blasting station. It's on now. What? Why are we having that reaction to heroin? If a friend passed you an 8-ball, would you be like, Bender time? What? We gotta do better, God. We gotta... Sometimes... Hey, buddy. Look at me, right? Sometimes your friends make bad decisions and they will try to drag you down with them. You can't let them, okay? You got to get a firm grip on those bootstraps. You got to lock every artifact deck you've ever wanted to make in a little box, and I want you to put that box bottom of the ocean. Egbert27, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. Hey Mauled, sorry if this is too broad a question, but how do you go about dealing with a loss of confidence in deck building / playing ability? I don't think it's too broad. I've had to deal with this because there was definitely a time, like sorry everybody, right after going full time and trying to stream a lot of Arena on Twitch, I was like, oh God, am I just so... Is content taking over so much of my brain that I'm not even trying to play the game effectively anymore? And I think what will always help is playing like draft or standard under less pressure. If you are ever doubting yourself, as a commander player, playing draft or playing standard can really focus down into your fundamentals. Now, when it comes to doubting yourself as a deck builder, that one's more complicated because it depends on your various neuroses as a person. Like some people will build a deck and go, this is 18 infinites in a trench coat, and it cannot do a single meaningful thing until it achieves one of these 18 infinites, and they will look at that horrid, like Sid from Toy Story-esque creation and go, I'm hot. That's good. So the goals that people have when they're trying to deck build are just so wildly different that without knowing the specifics of what you are doubting yourself over, it's tough to address like, oh, how do you fix that? Because when I doubt myself as a deck builder, like the thing that I always want to happen when I build commander decks is I want to be extremely confident that I am going to have agency. No matter what the mechanic is, no matter whether that is achieved by having a high degree of interaction or by having a very strong, like proactive engine, I want to be sure that every commander game, something I do matters. I don't particularly care if I get to do the big scary thing every commander game, but every commander game, I want to be a dog in the race. I don't want to be... I hate I hate with my whole heart decks that are like 50% I do nothing, 50% I do everything. And I understand, and if not respect, I will at least tolerate playing or like knowing that people like that do exist in the world, where they're like totally cool with chucking 2 hours into the ether of, oh, nothing I do matters because I either didn't draw the right card or they blew up one of my synergy pieces and now the combo's falling apart. I get that those people exist, and I mean, you all are my fucking the cause of many nightmares. So for me, if I'm ever doubting myself as a deck builder, I'm typically doubting it from the angle of, oh, the like first step of my value engine really isn't reliable enough. I've never doubted myself from, I've never had to deal with like self-doubt from a win conditions perspective, because it just seems so, it's very easy to stick a win con in your deck, and two, and something that I think has freed me personally, and I think might free a lot of you as well, is when it comes to game ending threats, we gotta stop being so goddamn precious about the ending being cinematic, which I think is a like chronic Commander player problem. The more games of Commander I've played and the more Commander experiences I have listened to and the more like tables I have acted as de facto therapist for, a lot of people are building decks almost, or a lot of people are building decks only for the big finish. And I promise you that if the middle 80% of the game is an interesting back and forth, and then the ending is like a pretty standard card, that's a very fun game. If the middle 80%, no, people aren't scared of winning, Mitch. People just have a lot of like incorrect internal biases about journey versus destination. If you're a Brandon Sanderson reader, journey before destination, that's really the motto that you should have for Commander as well. If your deck the entire time was like utilizing interactions the table hadn't seen before, you got to play a lot of interesting cards the table had never seen before, and then at the end, like, you won by playing Craterhoof, and all of your like quirky little shitheads became 10/10s, that's a good game. Although if somebody is a sore loser, they will try to like devalue it by hating on the Craterhoof, versus like, I think the I think the worst thing you can do is take a deck and go, here is my quirky, totally unique, hyper interesting win condition. It's really bad. Here's Rhystic Study. Because when and I have a friend who did this, and so this is not a theoretical thing I am pulling out of my ass, is like a real thing I've had to play against, where when they go like, oh, this deck is so neat and the way it will win the game is so neat, that it deserves the help to get there, and then you put Rhystic Study in, and then the deck is just Rhystic Study. Your like the cool unique thing gets lost beneath the sheer power of the brown note that is Rhystic Study. But the same goes for like Smothering Tithe if you're in white. Like, I had one friend who made a Millennium Calendar deck, and they really wanted to win with Millennium Calendar, and they wanted to win and they didn't want to win any other way. And so to support that Millennium Calendar deck, they put in Rhystic Study, they put in Smothering Tithe, they put in a million tutors, and then they put in like all the untappers too, to try to float a ton of mana and untap Millennium Calendar a bunch of times. And the time that the deck worked was they got like 30 treasures off of Smothering Tithe, and they were able to dig through basically their entire library, and they got to win with Millennium Calendar. But my memory of the game is 1% Millennium Calendar and 99%. It's like 1% Millennium Calendar and the untap loops they were doing, and it's 99% holy fuck, having 30 mana is pretty good. And then we had another question from Presto Dash. I'm a completely new player. I get really overwhelmed listening to advice people give when deck building for my commander. How do I make my first deck? The worst part is when they tell me something is too good or too bad. When you are making your first deck, I would totally divest yourself of trying to aim for a power level. Or I would completely give up on trying to aim for an end state power level. What you should do is you should take a pre-con and you should just practice, how would I make this better? And also, how would I make this worse while still being on theme? Probably one of the biggest boons you can get when it comes to building for yourself, because what a lot of people will do is they'll go to EDHREC, which is a very useful resource. However, it's going to trick you into building very samey, very boring decks. You're going to end up making synergy piles that don't actually like have very concrete win cons or talk to each other all that well. It's just going to kind of be a bunch of good cards. Scryfall, once you have the shell of the deck that you actually want, Scryfall is your new best friend. And if you don't know how to use Scryfall, I would go watch none of these other videos.
Thank you to my channel.
33 Elk, every video 33 Elk has ever made is terrible and bad, other than, where is it? The Commander Player's Quick Scryfall Guide. This is a 13-minute video all about how to use Scryfall syntax in order to find the cards you need for your deck. So when it comes to building your first deck, I would take a precon that you like, and I would try to make that precon better. To the best of your ability, when you try to make the precon better, don't try to grab cards that are like just generically good. Try to identify cards that are going to be better options for your strategy than the deck already has. And so by that I mean, is this the right? My brain is fucking soup, you guys. Not Fauna Shaman. I think it's Skull Prophet. So an example of this might be like, if I am in a Sultai deck and I have a card that lets me tap to mill 1, maybe I replace it with Skull Prophet. Or yeah, as Starry-Eyed is saying, a better example is if you are on a landfall deck list, and that landfall deck list is running Chromatic Lantern. If it's 5 color, maybe, but I think maybe a better option is like, if you're on a landfall deck and it's running Talisman of Curiosity, you might ask yourself, well, hey, I want lands to enter the battlefield. Why am I running an artifact that's gonna make me mana versus like a 2-mana land ramp effect? And so doing that and trying to upgrade a precon by parts will begin helping. That's going to be how you kick off understanding what is a like, how do I play into mechanics? How do I lean into a deck being cohesive and effective around a core mechanic. And then you can also go in the inverse direction to teach yourself what not to do. The human brain does work with positive reinforcement, but we are suckers for shame. Everybody deep down has some level of humiliation fetish. And so if you're in a landfall deck and you go, how would this deck play if I took every piece of land ramp and I was like, you see this cultivate? This is now a chromatic lantern. And then playtest a deck like that and see how like janky and bad it is to really like nail into your head. Or the inverse is true too. If you're playing an artifact deck, right? If you're on like Team Your Artifacts Matter, how much better does it feel to have talismans than it does to have cultivates or 3 visits or rampant growths or things like that? I think it was on their podcast, either Elk or Snail talked about looking at EDH rec only after you finished building the first draft. I think that's plainly ridiculous. I think that is, I think that statement comes from having the privilege to spend fucking like 15 hours a day thinking about Magic cards. If you don't have a million Magic cards just like Rolodexed in your fucking head, trying to build a full draft of whether it's like an idea or whether it's like for a commander just off of Scryfall, I don't know that, because I've heard that idea from other people too, and I have only ever heard that idea from people who play so much Magic that if you say landfall, they reflexively think of like 20 good landfall cards. If you know enough Magic that you do have that internal Rolodex of, if I'm building for this archetype, here are like 20 good cards I could build around, then yeah, build your first draft without even touching EDH rec and just like scan EDH rec to figure out if there's like any big hits. But if you're a fucking new player, like my recommendation is always for the first draft, limit yourself to 20 or 25 non-lands from EDH rec, and then build the rest of the first draft. Like land base, whatever. You can optimize a land base later, but when you're picking the non-land cards. Like, just stop yourself after 20 to 25, because I think once you start getting beyond 20 or 25, it's very unlikely that the internal synergies are going to hold up, and it's more likely that you're just going to have this weird, like, written by committee deck. Okay. I think that is about enough of the standard vamping time. So, without further ado, we're going to open with JM's deck, which has been submitted to us as silly, spooky. It's birds that swing. I hate the ramp in the deck, but my playgroup already hates how much interaction is in the deck. Before we even open this list, man, I'm sorry. Not for anything I've done to you, but for what Wizards has done to you, because I know some birds players, and birds just suck universal ass. They are, like, somebody made a comment once about, like, I don't know what goblins have done to be the bottom piece of the food chain in every multiverse. It is actually, it's birds. Goblins have Krenko. Birds have bird shit and people in New York being rude to them. So off rip, I think there's like the 25 good birds you're going to put in here. We're in Azorius. Beak Performance. This is the best bird name I've seen. I really like Castrol's versatility, even if I'm annoyed that it's specifically stapled to birds. This is more of a test to see if having card draw, mana cheating, recursion, and pumping is any good at 5 mana when you have to connect. The goal is to get out flying creatures and use the ability of the commander to gain value and beat people to death with big birds. Yeah, we could have done beak bird formants, although that's a little bit lost in the sauce. So there's Castrol. Whenever one or more birds hit a bitch, you can recur a bird, you can put a 1/1 counter on your entire board, or you can draw a card. So we are incentivizing hitting multiple people. Albatross. So we can exile something, but they can recast it. We can draw a card. Is this all of our card draw? Because this, oh, okay. It's beginning to make sense now. I mean, none of your card draw is bad, but outside of Kindred Discovery, basically none of your card draw actually just says draw a card, which is a pitfall that a lot of people fall into the issue of when they begin building around an archetype, they like tell themselves, okay, everything I put in the deck has to only do something if the archetype is already succeeding. You are pulling a P.T. Barnum from that Hugh Jackman musical, where he just kept reinvesting all of his profits, and then when the tour failed, he became immediately broke. 8 card draw is pretty good if your commander draws cards. It's less good when your commander is an extremely shootable 5 mana bird. So off the bat, this looks like when it works, holy fuck does it work. And if it's not working and we haven't drawn Kindred Discovery, we are absolutely fucked. Melons, I will see it. I do see YouTube chat. I just don't always react to every chat, and it feels worse when you're on YouTube because Twitch makes me treat you like second-class citizens. Noonies, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Feed the bird. Okay, 41 lands. 41. God damn. I would like this a lot more if you could draw any cards. Like I am a 40 land believer. I built my first 41 land deck or 40 land deck the other day, and not the other day, but before MagicCon Chicago, and it was quite fun. But if you ever fail to pick up most of your deck, it just becomes the flood zone. Like, it's just you and Shamu staring at each other in dead silence. Well, you do have 41 lands, potentially, right? I realize you have stuff that you've tagged as like, oh, this isn't a land, but it can be. Free bird. So here's protection. I think this is a relatively healthy amount of protection. House Wren, the green player, is laughing. We have ramp. I love Deep Known Terramancer. You definitely deserve this. Why do we hate mana rocks, bro? This guy seems... The green player laugh has to be coming from inside the house. I can't believe we went in white blue. We went, I need mana. What the fuck do I do? Obviously, I play colorless exploration. Obviously, I must find a way to play 2 lands a turn. I don't hate it in this deck because if you ever stick Kindred Discovery, hell yeah. And then catch up ramp. Oh, this is just like stacks into eventually. into eventually I get to play a... God, this is bad. Okay. Dowsing Dagger seems fine because we're gonna have flyers, so we can get flyers over. Legion's Landing, at some point we probably want to do this. Scholar of New Horizons is at minimum acceptable. So importantly, I saw that you said at one of your pods, mana rocks are getting blown up. This card is really hot for picking the finality counters off. Are they getting blown up like turn 2? Like, do you just have Johnny Naturalize hanging out? Because in my mind, I would legitimately be totally unbothered about my mana rocks getting removed after I had resolved my commander and begun land dropping. He plays like every version of Rex Sage. Okay, so he lost to an Urza list once and he's never been the same. I like birds, and now we have a list of... and now we just have every bird in the game. I don't mind this guy. He'll at least grow. We're not doing catch-up ramp. We're doing no ramp. We're doing hopeful ramp. We're doing I will dream one day of ramping, but it's not going to happen for a while. God damn. Now we're playing Rex Sage. I think Evolve is... Honestly, I think this guy sucks. I think best case scenario, this man's existence is justified by drawing him late game when we have Kindred Discovery. Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to agree with Umbuka, where like God gave you Tempest Hawk for a reason. God gave you Tempest Hawk for a goddamn reason, and I'm trying to imagine the situation where I'm happy having played Cloudfin Raptor on 1, and I mean maybe best case scenario, no defense, he's an early bird. Okay. If you had tagged him, he's an early bird, I might have laughed so hard that I would let you keep him. But the fact that the pun is late, the fact that the early bird pun came late means we're shooting his dick off. So here's what I'm going to recommend. Right now we have everything is in here because they're birds. We have stuff that is, you have thought about how to generate value. You have thought about well, I don't know if you've thought about it, but Castrol will provide an eventual escalation into win condition for you. What I don't think we have thought enough about is how this fits within the z-axis of time passing. Like, he is an early bird. Having a bird on your battlefield turn 1, as far as I can tell, means completely nothing for this deck. Like, means absolutely zero. There is value to having a bird on the field before I play Castrol, who is a 5 mana commander. If Castrol was like 2 mana and infinitely worse, I would be like, hell yeah, turn 1 birds, let's go. But if the important bit is we need to have a bird on field before Castrol comes down, fighting for turn 1 birds versus fighting for, like, God, not Legion's Landing. We'll find you a good 1-drop, I promise. I promise you we will find you a good 1-drop. Um, like Judge's Familiar, I would at least believe in because it's turn one bird and you can counterspell a Cultivate. Like, unironically, you're not adding Soul Ring back in. We're gonna find you a different. We're gonna find you a different benefit. Because another thing that I think has gotten you that is another just classic EDH rec brainworm is why have the birds not subjugated a lesser species? Like when people build kindred decks, particularly Castrol only gives kind of half of a fuck about having a million birds. Castrol cares that you have 3 birds. Every bird after the 3rd is gravy. And so we could 100% soup this up with things that support the flying archetype or things that support the bird archetype without necessarily being birds themselves. And this is a trap that this is the Chinese finger trap that every Kindred player gets stuck in, where they go like, oh, to be on theme, everything has to have this creature type on it. And then because everything has this creature type on it, you actually limit your own creativity and you limit how good the deck can be because you're like, oh, this thing would be perfect. However, it doesn't have wings. I can't even make a fart noise. The Dralana, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So like Empyrean Eagle is a bird and is good for birds. Bird banner, keepable. Cloud Chaser Kestrel has an ETB. I don't think it's the most relevant ETB in the world, but it is an ETB. If you play with Ernie Enchantress, you can keep this. Cloudfin Raptor is never doing a goddamn thing for you. Essior at least is going to protect your commander a little bit. Vigilance ain't nothing. Discard's a fucking bitch. Jackdaw Savior's hot as fuck. Again, Judge's Familiar. Best thing this could do is counterspell Cultivate. Ledger Shredder. Solid bird. Come on, man. Come on, man. I know we want to mill. So this is the moment where I'm going to be like, free your mind. And we took this man in because we were like, I need burb and I need mill. Right? It has 2 jobs. It's a hardworking single mom who's got 2 jobs and loves her kids and never stops. But this bitch ain't Reba. This bitch is just fucking dog ass at both of her jobs. So this is a situation where if you want to fill in, we're going to do it again. I'm going to recommend Mesmeric Orb for yet another deck. You probably can't play this. Because if people are blowing up your goddamn talismans, they are not going to let you keep a Mesmeric Orb. But this is the example of, I would rather we just have 1 card dedicated to milling good to get birds into the graveyard for Castrol. Mockingbird is hot. No. We can't even play normal Stifle, let alone tiny ass Stifle. Plume Creed, this is again fine for command. I don't even know if it's fine for commander protection because, like, it's maybe. I'll at least let you. You're bringing birds into Sisay? Okay, we might strap a Ristic study to your ass and just send you to the moon if this has to keep up with goddamn Sissy. We're not doing Helios, we're not doing big ads yet. So everybody who has what they know in their heart to be the hottest bird card in the world, we are not yet done cleaning out the microwave to begin cooking in it. Okay. Strike Force is kind of a weird one because this becomes good at the point we have put a ton of counters on them, and he's quite bad until then. But yeah, will eventually become basically Zatalpa. No. Okay. Okay. No. No. We keep... God, the only word you read on this card was bird. So the proliferate isn't bad. Giving somebody rad counters is worthless, and I think you know that. I think we understand that giving stuff rad counters is worthless, and we're only in it for the proliferate. But going like, I have to. This strikes me as another card of not worth anything until Castrol has already put 1/1 counters on all my birds. So it's a 2 mana investment in something that won't begin paying off until like turn 6 or turn 7. And it won't even, it's not even going to pay off all that much. Bird does thing and costs 2 mana is what I'm gonna engrave on your on this deck's fucking tombstone, DJ. That's the thing. Like, the bane of every Kindred deck is going insert creature type does thing and costs 2 mana. Like, that is what is killing the bird deck experience. That's what's killing Beak performance. Dale, thank you for the $2 super chat. This proliferation of birds appears very foul. No fucking notes. All right, so flying reduction, I'm on that. A lot of stuff flies. Still on this. I'm like a bird. Beautiful. I love clones. Hey, you know what I would recommend? What if we could I trick you into playing a good clone? I want to be FR with you. Think about 2 Castrols. And I want to be FR with you. Another thing is, again, I do this in my Niv Mizzet Kindred deck. Clones are slept on. Clones are terrifyingly slept on, particularly when you are in archetypes where you only have 10 good creatures to begin with. If you fuck this thing up with a couple clones, this becomes like, you know what? Instead of fucking Stormscape's Familiar, I have 2 Shrike Forces. We don't even need this to break Legendary Rule. It's awesome if this breaks Legendary Rule. It straight up does not have to, because some of our birds are so much fucking better than our other birds that we would always be happy to tap out to get another one of them versus dropping like, oh, bird. The isn't legendary applies to both things, I believe. Alec. So there's Spark Double, there's Sakashima, who's another legend rule breaker. So these are just ones where like this can become your commander, this can become Ishai. What this will also do is birds, as we've covered, suck ass outside of having your commander on the field. And what we can do if we begin opening it up for other clones is we can begin throwing in some clones that are creatures we don't control. Like if we just have 4 mana, okay, my board state's not relevant. Yours is. Gimme. So that's one thing I would immediately... That is like... That is the floor of what we can do when we cut the bad birds. Another thing that you can do is we can begin... I think I think every bird in this deck has to go before a court martial and tell you why it's better than Tempest Hawk. Every single bird in this deck should have to justify before a court of its peers why it is better than a bird that will search you a new bird when it deals combat damage. Especially if we are doing these like Kindred does stuff when ETB. Because some of the birds, like Empyrean Eagle, has a defense. Hey, I make your board bigger. Well, we could put it onto field with a finality counter, but we do have to be careful about overcommitting to board in a strategy that's very, very vulnerable to board wipes. Yeah, and Fade King, I do want to be clear. This is not like... I do the frantic search test a lot where I go like neener, every card draw piece in your deck is worse than frantic search. I don't think this is better than all the birds in your deck. I don't even think this is better than like half the birds in your deck. I just think this is better than Cloudfin Raptor. So I think you maybe end up at most... I would rather see clones, honestly. I would rather see clones than Tempest Hawks. But if you really, really want them to be birds, I think you like look at every one and you're like, why are you better than Tempest Hawk? Reconnaissance, I am legitimately confused by. Reconnaissance is a great card. Phelan, we don't need to hear you out. They have Mockingbird. So Reconnaissance, great card in general. You don't care very much about attack triggers, and you only really care about combat damage triggers. And so with Reconnaissance, this typically benefits a deck that wants to swing something non-committally. You only care about swinging something if you are free to commit to it. Oh, post-damage step. That seems like something they should patch out. That's hot as fuck, and I'm gonna be writing Mark Rosewater about that. Never mind. Oh me, oh my. Why would they let that exist? Why would... What? That's wrong. I'm saying that knowing that's right. Morally, that is incorrect to go... change the rules! Morally, it's incorrect to go fucking one mana, I do whatever I want in combat. Oh, alright, good job. Murmuration. Okay, so these are our vigilance givers. See, so far, this is what I like. Here you have broken away a little bit from everything has to say bird is it. Bird in it. True Conviction, I understand. That's quite good. Vultures. Okay. When Doves Cry. Okay, so this is all of our interaction. This one's funny. I like Damning Verdict. I like that you have some type of one-sided board answer. I like Everything Comes to Dust. Okay. I think our interaction section is pretty good. I think the deck as a whole is pretty good, but I think that, and we'll see if this bears out in the Goldfish, overwhelmingly you are a train that is very easy to stop early on. And if people let you cook, you can probably cook pretty hard. And if they just gently put a hand on your shoulder and they say, hey, please don't cook, you're putting the pans away, ovens off. So let's see how it... Yeah, dog, I fucking hate ramping. Okay, we had that turn too. Play this guy. Hey, we fucking... You fucking wild grow thing? Not on my table, bozo. Alright, clear land pass for 5 turns. And then we do Cloud Chaser Kestrel. So we have 2 swings, we draw 1, we get counters on everybody. We don't have 4 flying creatures, so we swing again with a 2/4 and a 3/3. We draw a card, put a bird on. We can only put birds to hand. Oh. Oh. Or I guess before we went to combat this turn, we would play Double Strike Lifelink, hope nobody's mean to us. So we have 3 double striking Lifelinkers. We don't have any birds, so first round of combat. I'm gonna fucking draw an additional card, and I've already put counters on. Second round of combat, we double strike. I'm at least once selecting to put Ishai to field. And then I'm just gonna like draw 2 here. I'll put Ledger Shredder to grave because I can get it back next turn. So now what do we get to do? We could play this. So now everything has indestructible. And I guess we just tap out. So now we have big board, flying, indestructible, lifelink, double strike. Awesome. Ibis, the assumption is already that we are doing 1 hit to each opponent and that nobody has had a single flying blocker all game and nobody has removed anything or stopped anything we've done. Little bit generous, maybe, but we're trying to see the ceiling right now. So what I want to draw your attention to is to make stuff happen in this deck, we've had to tap out every turn. That is directly at odds with all of our interaction being instant speed 1-for-1s because we don't have good inevitability. We are kind of the place this deck kind of wants to occupy is the tempo zone. By the time Castrol hits the field, we got to be doing stuff. We got to be birded up, and we have to be translating either the 1/1 counters or the card draw into big stuff. At no point was there like anything super worthwhile we could have done and played a counter spell or even like protected the things we were doing. We didn't have enough early creatures to turn on Sephara. We could have like skipped doing True Conviction, but even if we skip True Conviction, the only thing we hold up is Amphibian Downpour, which doesn't allow us to do that much either. And I think this is where the Tempest Hawk check comes back in. Because Tempest Hawks can, worst case scenario, guarantee that you have 2 birds in play by the time Castrol gets played, and then will also convert 2 additional birds onto field for the turn after. I don't think a lot of these issues are fixed with Derevi as the commander. I think Derevi is a stronger commander than Castrol, but I think this just becomes like a different deck, and Derevi is just a flatly better commander than any other bird commander, because Derevi barely gives a fuck about birds. So anyway, if we're gonna be on Castrol, and if we are going to allow our life to be controlled by the bullies being fucking Johnny Naturalize in your pod who keeps blowing everything up, we have to be more confident that the board is going to be converting by turn 5, and I think you have to start moving away from counterspells. Quite frankly, like, I think you, at most, the things you want to put on are flares. You will have non-token white creatures, you will have non-token blue creatures, and importantly, if these are ones you haven't put a finality counter on, you can recur after. Okay, we have the white flare, good. However, things like Aven Interrupter, I could at least understand, okay, you're gonna, we would hold up mana for that because it's still board committal. Yeah, we have that flare. But because you're too afraid to ramp, we basically, we never had the mana for any of this to happen. And so if we want to do everything as a land drop, do we have... God, is there I don't think there is, but are there any other birds with double strike, man? Hell yeah, we got one other bird that can go in the deck. What I'm trying to... Duelist's Heritage. That is... I actually do quite like this. I like this specifically for if we put Tempest Hawks in. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Just run Duelist Heritage, Edric, and concerted effort. No, Odric's fucking bad. Absolutely not. We do not have the density of keywords to make Odric worth a goddamn. No. We have one double striker in the deck that we're not tutoring for. We can't bet the house on getting fucking Shrike Force every game. I would probably cut Scouting Hawk just because you're Mr. Land Drop. Like, we have no confidence. How many Tempest Hawks? I would iterate with it a little bit. I think the things that can be cut, like, no questions asked for Tempest Hawk are Kestrel, Cloudfin Raptor, Mind Shrieker, Nimble Obstructionist, Scouting Hawk, Stormscape Familiar, and Vexing Radgal. So that's 7 right there. I think that those are seven birds that I would feel incredibly safe cutting for either Tempest Hawks or clones. My pod runs green and a ton of land ramp. Oh my god. So y'all are just like letting each other do whatever. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me wrap my brain around this. But we're not cutting Scouting Hawk. So that's 6 Tempest Hawks we can afford to have. Clones I like more. Okay, we can work with clones instead. I would prioritize the legend rule breaking clones. And then I'm trying to think of what other... What's the flying blocker situation like? How much mental space do I need to be dedicating to evasiveness, and how much of it is just like your pod has gamer anatomy and can't look up, and if you have a bird, it's going to connect? Unblocked always. All right, you're putting this bitch in. For serious, for sure, you are putting this bitch in. Because this will allow you to get your card draw, and then you can just make all of your Castrol triggers actually convert to the board rather than refilling your hand. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Gravitational shift. I think this is unnecessary. I think at the point the game... I think at the point the game plan is working, our board state should be converting really, really quickly. No, I didn't, Alec. Wouldn't we be better with Coastal Piracy, Reconnaissance Mission, and or Bident of Thassa? I legitimately do not think so, because I don't think we need to draw a million cards. I think we need to be more confident that the deck is going to start working turn 5 as is. Like Mew Yanling, in my mind, I like Mew Yanling better, because I would rather have, I think best case scenario, the deck has played like Watcher of Evos Isles turn 2, Shrike Force turn 3, Mew Yanling turn 4, Commander, and then I crew swing out with those things. And because we already want to be spreading our damage anyway, Mew Yanling kind of works with how we want to be spreading damage in the first place. And if the bird plan hasn't been working, Mew Yanling will give us a flying thing to get card draw with. Okay, Jello. I have not the patience for misunderstandings from people half listening. No, I also don't think this is true. The most worrisome part of the deck in the Goldfish that I saw is how slow it converted things to board. Like, I think we want to be much bigger on things that will potentially give me a blocker, things that will set themselves up to draw me cards to keep doing land droppings. Yeah, Clever Impersonator would be good, because this would also give you the opportunity to copy other good value engines that get played. It always ends up going tall, which doesn't work out too well. Yeah, if we were going to put in any mana rock, I think we would put in Patchwork Banner for the additional bird buff. if the problem is that we keep ending up going tall, I think another like super meaning. No, I don't think we need Urza's incubator. No, we don't need that. We don't. I really don't think we do. Or at least we do not want that in the context of Johnny Naturalize. In the context of it's not even safe for me to play Talisman of Creativity, I think it's even less safe for us to play the equivalent of Super Mana Rock. What about Soraya the Falconer? Yep, put it in. Who suggested that? Who suggested that? Thank you, Raw. Enjoy your ban. Thank you, Raw. I hope that shit was worth it. Exotic, we have Kindred Discovery already. We have that already. So what I would also recommend that you're missing, I don't know if I need to search some cards to make sure they have the syntax that I actually want. No, this is to bottom of library. That is not what we want. Let me search for a like bad version of the effect I'm looking for. DMC, thank you for the additional 100 bits. We could do Litjara Reflections, but that's one of those cards where I think we lose spiritually. It falls into the bucket of Kindred Discovery, where is good, is for a kindred strategy. I don't think the deck feels like birds anymore. It just becomes like, oh fuck, it's really good when every bird I have is actually, when every spell is actually 2 of that spell. Like it's both, it is, it's very expensive in a deck that can't ramp. It is extremely targetable for removal, and if it sticks, I think the memory of that game is just forever. But you have to sell this in the close-up because it's competing with your commander, which is a negative. It's hyper generic, which is a negative. When you end that game, nobody's going to go like, oh, birds are fucked up. They're going to go, oh, double creatures are fucked up, which is a very important like vibes thing to keep track of. Denal, Herald of... Oh, God, if I could only spell. Denal is at least... Yeah, this would be strong human. Feels at least a little bit more specific. And because they're 1/1s, doesn't feel quite as good. So if we wanted to do copy my spells, Denal, Herald of Wings at least plays into the theme a little bit better. Well, here's the thing about the once a turn restriction feeling bad. We are probably never ever in our lives casting more than 1 bird a turn, because a lot of the ways we are trying to put birds to field is with a Castrol trigger. Like in the goldfish that we saw, we don't have the money to be double cast. We don't have the money and the cards to be double casting all these fucking birds. We just don't. The other direction that I think we have sort of criminally underexplored is, where was the moment of truth? Is cards that will put cards into our hand and our graveyard. This is like draft common, worst version of it, but I think we are missing a serious amount of value by like never having ways to put reanimation targets into the graveyard to get them back onto the field. Let me look at Errant of Giada. I don't think top deck access helps us that much, though. In no small part because the most likely thing that is on top of our library is a land. We could do Steam Core. I feel like he's at least a little bit balanced around flickering the man. Valley Quest Caller. We could kind of fuck with this guy. It's not a great payoff. I think the problem with Valley Quest Caller is that he will... Yes, if it was Surveil, I would be smacking my fucking knees right now. But with it just being Scry, I think that this is a good card that loses to Tempest Talk. It's not bad, and because we are so flood prone, I'm so close. Gifts ungiven is no. That's immediately sending us up to play with the fucking Dodgers, and we are barely out of Pee-wee softball. We cannot gifts ungiven in this deck. Intrude on the Mind is... It is exactly the type of effect that we want. It is unfortunately the exact same mana value as our commander. And I feel like we do probably just play this instead. Because I don't think we would only care about the Thopter if we cared about flying creatures. We only generically can care about flying creatures. We very specifically care about birds. So also, if you don't want to do Tempest Talks and you feel bad about clones, getting fact or fiction-esque card draw is another very positive thing for you, because you want to be able to create board presence by... getting a bird from graveyard instead of getting a bird from hand. And so that's going to be my final recommendation to you, is a lot of the shell kind of works. Birds aren't that good, and you have basically no setup draw. You have only all of your card draw outside of like Ledger Shredder is meant to capitalize on your strategy already working, and it is not meant to help your strategy work in the first place. And so things like Fact or Fiction, it all fucking comes back to Frantic Search, but things like Frantic Search, these are going to prepare you for your strategy to work in the first place, which should help speed it up a little bit. About Gossip's talent. Surveil 1 on creature entering is good. The rest of it's so bad, which is actually like kind of one of the first times this has ever happened where we really like level 1 of the class, and we really don't give a fuck about level 2 or level 3. We have very few good ETBs. We have we kind of don't want to be flickering our stuff because it's going to get rid of our 1/1 counters. It can clear the finality counters, which would be... So I would at least try this too. And JM, last thing, if you go up on card draw, or if you go up on Tempest Hawks, then I think you can go down on lands. Not very many, but you can go down like 2 lands. Our birds are not good enough for this guy, unfortunately. We already looked at gravitational shift, and I am just massively down on it. Do not give a fuck about it. No on Murmuring Mystic. We are not. We have 17 instants and sorceries in the entire deck. We would need to retool this deck to be much more of like Bird Slinger. Faithful Mending is good. This is really good setup draw. Illegal Gay Aliens is tremendous. Also a really good way to like set up your first couple turns. And then, oh god, Traumatize. I don't think the rest of our recursion is good enough to justify fully dumping half of our library into the graveyard. So I'm going to say no on this one. Also no. Again, the 5 mana slot. The 5 mana slot is super fucking competitive. The 5 mana slot is incredibly goddamn competitive. We could try Ret 2 Mystic too. I think this is totally possible. So first I would try replacing the bad birds with these types of card selection cards to use the graveyard a little bit more. If you're playing with Johnny Naturalized, that probably means you're not playing with Johnny Urborg. And so I would try a little harder to be like, by turn 5, how am I confident that I can swing with a bird and recur something and then put counters on it? Are we mean enough for Magus of the Moat? I don't think we need to do this. Mr. Mauld, I think true conviction is the way. We have this in the deck already. All right. Now that chat has completely forgotten what is already in the deck, we are going to place you on the matrix and move on. I think you're like over here. I think we're working towards something. I think we're working towards something. I think your tag game is great, which makes me like you as a person. And, however, this deck was deeply, deeply befuddled by the sentence, "It's 2 mana and it's a bird." And I think we can fix that with, I think we have multiple opportunities to fix that. You have setup draw, you have utilize clones, you have utilized Tempest Hawk, but all of those have to revolve around you probably should not be on as many counterspells as you think you should be on, quite frankly. I think your removal should be more on things like Council's Judgment or even more one-sided board wipes, because this did not look like a deck that had the room to hold up mana. You had to be committing to board, because if you weren't committing to board, you looked like a coughing baby. And if you did commit to board, we didn't have any shit to do. We didn't have any, we had 0 mana to hold up, not even 1 mana to hold up. And so more like sorcery speed, committed removal, I think is going to do better for you than trying to pretend that you'll have a counterspell a lot of the time. Although that was just 1 goldfish, and your mileage especially might vary once you edit the deck to have that different card draw setup. So we're going to hit a manual ad break and then move on to our next roastee, Archeon of Winter, who I saw in the chat earlier. I will be right back, everybody. We're gonna go to Maltown's Codeporium. Boss, wearing a dinosaur shirt today, despite your previous dunking on dinosaur decks, is rather hypocritical. Explain yourself. Well, here's the thing. Dinosaurs are fucking cool. You just play them like a chump. I don't. Simple as. Oh god, Vindictus. I really want to play Oblivion Remastered, but we're already committed to Darkest Dungeon right now, so I can't. Hey Mald, what's the deck box you're holding in the image of the code Porium, and where do I get it? That deck box is the Sultai deck box from Ultra Pro. How do you play them unchumpingly? By being cool. It's an attitude. I know we can play any game we want, Jay Dizzy, but if we're going to, god damn it, it's vamp time. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Don't get Oblivion Remastered. Microsoft is a BDS boycott target, and Microsoft owns Bethesda. What is BDS? And Tuscan Fury, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. The given is that dinosaurs are cool. 1, many dinosaurs are green. 2, as such, it is feasible for Maul to consider green cool due to dinosaurs. No, dinosaurs are cool in spite of green. I'm on that Parthenax shit, alright? It's not enough to be born good. You have to be born evil, i.e. dinosaurs being born green, and go beyond your humble upbringing to become Indoraptor. Oh, an Israel-Palestine boycott list. Alright. Dreamweaver 1996, thank you for the Twitch follow, my friend. Welcome to the doghouse. Thank you, baby. Z made homemade Reese's cups, by the way, everybody. Okay. Let's move on to Archeon of Winter's deck. Silly, spooky. A deck that is fully based around the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise, featuring characters, iconic moments, and more. This deck, while a theme deck, must not be underestimated as it still does work. It's built to be a fast aggro deck that uses Sonic's ability to create a lot of rings quickly in order to power out more hasty threats or make use of the rings in different ways. Hell yeah, another Jund brother or sister or sibling. I fuck with it. Hold on. Okay. 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 How's haste? How's haste? That's Sonic. Marine. I'm holding you to all of these. Marine the raccoon. She's wearing green. We getting a little. What the fuck is happening? Can I not scroll down on this fucking website? Thank you. We stretching a little bit, but I'll give it to you. Mephiles the Dark. That one's actually right on. That one's actually right on. Did we tag every card? No, okay, we went to card draw. This gotta be the furthest anyone has ever gone to justify their theme deck. Does every card? No, not every card. Almost every card has an individual tag being like, I swear it's Sonic! Perfect chaos. Damn, you kind of... You cooked a little. You cooked a little. We're tagging lands, brother. Oh my god, I think I even agree with this. Cream. Is cream that other knuckle? Yeah, she flies. She's a thopter basically. Okay. Dot E123 Omega? This is a fucking lore video. Alright, big robot. This is probably the first one that I truly doubt. Great card for the deck. But Tyrannid to me does not speak to massive robot. See, Archeon, I'm down to appreciate the custom art proxies later. However, at the point where we are like every single one of these is a Sonic reference, I think the custom art just allows you to like speak reality into existence. Egg Fleet. Yes, this is a large battleship. I mean, do we have Mishra? Is he like in here as is he in here as like a Eggman version or something? I see one of one match. Can we... Okay. Neo Metal Sonic. Alright, so we are going for the goofy meld bullshit. What the fuck is a Pico Pico hammer? Damn, it's that. It's Hammer of Perforos. Rings item box. Oh shit. Oh my god. Do not even suggest that I think of Jolene the Plunder Queen in a Rouge the Bat cosplay. Eggman pisses on the moon. Wait. What? What? Holy shit, it's Egg... Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. This is weapons grade special interest, my man. This is fucking... As an autistic man, you might be our king. All right, this one I think you just put a name on something. And I want to be clear, this deck is peak as fuck. I do think for, hey, the rings are now the rings are now 7/7 dinosaurs. That was just you being like, fuck it, put a tag on it. Put a tag on this shit. It's for the effect making the rings into power unlimited. That is listen. I love this deck and I love you. And in this place of love, I need us to both be so real about what a broad interpretation of power unlimited 7/7 dinosaurs are. If you pull up a meme video for me, If you pull up a meme video for me where Sonic, using the power of the rings or the Chaos Emeralds, summons a herd of dinosaurs, I will retract that minor criticism immediately. But otherwise, I think this is like high school English class levels of justification for how that is supersonic. Wrong bet, my guy. Helios, you can link it. We're not going to pull it up on stream because here's the thing. Here's what happens, you guys. Anytime I pull up any video that is any meme of anything, it instantly gets the stream demonetized because YouTube is just like heat seeking that shit in the VOD. And so you can put it in there. The Master Emerald. Okay. So if I have, let's follow the lore of the Master Emerald to its conclusion. If Sonic is powerful, the Master Emerald is easier to obtain. Check. The Master Emerald provides me resources. Check. The Master Emerald powers up all of my other hedgehogs. Check. Emeralds are green. Check. I fucking hate it. All right, fine. I'll contest you on displaced dinosaurs. Unfortunately, the Great Henge gets 10 out of 10 on flavor in this deck. I also want Master Emerald costs $80. Check. This is actually so terrible for all of you because this is the new standard for theme deck. If I do not see an individual tag for every, all right, spin dash dog, don't, come on. Spin dash? That's some Pilates ass stretching right there. But anyway, as a whole, this is amazing. Yep. Wizards won't even do this good in the eventual Universes Beyond. Sure, it's interaction. But yeah, Wizards won't hit this shit as hard in the Universes Beyond when they do Sonic. Okay, and based on what the fuck did you tag Marionette Master? Hold on. How are we? Eggman. Okay. Type shit. My fault. I didn't recognize your game. Who the fuck is this guy? Better be Knuckles. Vector? Oh, Knuckles is... Yeah, Knuckles is 2 people. Definitely. Oh, that motherfucker is Vector, actually. My fault. Okay. I actually believe in the flavor 100%. I require no additional convincing on the flavor of the deck. I think that we have some, at worst, broad interpretations with respect to the meaning of unlimited power. I don't think we have any lies, which we get a lot of when we have flavor decks. Some people will just be like, displaced dinosaurs? That's Knuckles, baby. Why? Because I said so. So I fuck with the flavor. I fuck with the flavor heavy. Jay Dizzy, dog, I just Googled Eggman pissing on the moon on my stream, and that is the most safe for work thing this stream has ever tricked me into Googling. Let's not worry about what my ad history looks like when I've fucking Googled hentai games on Steam because somebody was like, oh, you should check out this indie game. Alright, so let's see how the goldfish goes. So for those of you who want to know how the deck's actually going to function, we are playing things with haste to get tapped treasure tokens to fuel additional hasty threats. I think this is at least... If I saw this in a commander game, I don't think I would ever be like, can't keep it. It's a little bit tough because it only has 2 lands and it doesn't have any ramp, but we have a healthy amount of interaction to probably like buy time till we... Okay, 3rd land off the top. Beautiful. Turn 2, we fucking... Hey, somebody's soul ring, eat shit. We have a 2/2 with double strike. We have additional interaction, but we don't have a ton to do. This is opponent's controls, so we can't ramp ourselves. Alright, turn 5. Very fast, very sonic, very aggro. We're going to play a 3/3 on turn 5, and we're going to make a tap treasure. Nobody blocks because they're too busy appreciating the genius that is the flavor of this deck. Now we play Rada. So we swing all 3, 2 tapped treasures, and we're going to float 3 green mana. So in this case, if we have to swing into somebody that's going to have a blocker, we could like Beast Within the blocker. They can't block because they're too busy reading the 14-page booklet you brought to explain all the references. Next turn we can play that. We have... How much mana do we have? We have 8 mana. So we could Reign of Riches, which would get us double treasure. And then we could murder. We could murder something to swing for our blocks, which would cascade for 2. We get a fucking Chaos Emerald out of it. This goes to bottom. We make 2 tap treasures. We float some mana. Maybe we have to like Heroic Intervention. Okay, Samut's crazy. But I feel like we instead just like in Garruk's Wake and we get a fucking Gruul Signet out of it. So everybody else's shit is dead. We've spent all our money. I'm gonna pretend you have infinite mana and we play Samut and now we swing. So we've threatened... I think we've threatened across the course of the game like 15 damage. This might be the best one I've ever seen, but I don't know if we are beating the 1 allegations. Because I think... But maybe that's just a bad opening hand. Maybe the opening hand needs to be... Like, maybe we have to mulligan to turn 3 Ognis. So, first hand, free mulligan. We go down to 6. We go down to 5. That's better. So we can get rid of the Balrog, my favorite Sonic character. And... I think we get rid of... We'll get rid of Displaced Dinosaurs for the time being. So we go there, there. Turn 3, no Agnes. Hurts more than a little bit. We sack our signet to make 2 treasures and draw 2. This enters tapped, but we can at least turn 4 Agnes. We can on curve Agnes. Oh, it's just a treasure. Oh god. It's so we don't get to do any of that. Oh, fuck, man. Okay. We scoop in shame from that game. Okay, this is the legendary turn 3 Agnes. Opening hand. Tap land. Turn 2. Signet. Turn 3. Boom. Agnes. Fucking tapped treasure. Turn 4. I'm going to crack this Verdant Catacombs for a Blood Crypt. Oh, that's actually one of the first fetch land cracks on stream that's legal. That's cool. We play Orin Frostfang. We get to draw a card now. We have Displaced Dinosaurs. We get to draw a card now. And notably, this is now a tapped 7/7 because of Displaced Dinosaurs. Okay. I now see why seeing this playtest versus the previous playtest puts a lot of perspective on why you stretched so far to include Displaced Dinosaurs. God, I wish this was better. God, I wish this... I love it. I love it as a flavor execution so much. I think we are fighting for our lives to punch up to precons. I think in the world where we don't draw Displaced Dinosaurs, the deck is not beating the 1 allegations. I think we have a ton of incredibly cute... We have a ton of very emotionally fulfilling flavor interactions that seem to convert very, very poorly into damage on board. However, if we get Displaced Dinosaurs and harness the power of all of my treasures are now a 7/7, then the deck fucks so hard. We play we get to curve quickly into Displaced Dinosaurs. Oh my god, we are king of the world. This is my most winningest deck. I've never had as much bad luck with the deck as you did, and I'm sure you floss, bro. I think what this deck, what I would believe makes this deck win is that if it is playing into other 1s or if it is playing into 2s, it's supremely good at being non-threatening for the first 5 turns of the game. And I think the highest win rate deck in every casual pod in the world is whatever deck pops off second. That is agnostic to whatever your archetype it is. It is agnostic to whatever your commander does, however much your commander costs, however you're trying to finish the game, does not matter. The most reliable way to predict if you're going to win the game is, do you typically pop off second versus pop off first? And I can guarantee for sure, despite all of the haste, you are never popping off first. Unless it's like this playtest. And then in this playtest, I'm going to keep it so real. If we don't have displaced dinosaurs, I would weep into my hands in this situation. But with displaced dinosaurs, I am yelling to everybody about how much I love the Sonic fandom. And even this, like, I want to impress upon you how in the face of one kill spell, this falls apart instantly. But displaced dinosaurs is the Flex Seal holding you together. Oh yeah, Archeon, are you on free mulligans or are you on hard mulligan rules? Bell, that is what they tagged it. They tagged it supersonic, which I took some level of issue with. Okay, so we're doing real mulligan rules, but we did multi 5, and this still worked out. So it does kind of seem like the rules the deck has for success is we have to have turn 3 Ognis. We have Reckless Fireweaver DMC. Let's see, like, we're mulliganing to, like, fucking 3 here. So that goes to bottom, that goes to bottom, that goes to bottom. Let's fucking get this bread. Tapped treasure. Tapped treasure. We have interaction, notably. I don't even want to play a Chroma's Memorial. Okay, I'll play a Chroma's Memorial. Okay. I don't know how many of these we have. No amount of them is enough. Okay. Oh god, okay. It'll happen. It'll happen. Hold on, everybody. All right, everyone. Hold on. It's turn 11. We have a second creature. Flying Death Touch Haste. And we can kill planeswalkers instantly. I support it just on the basis of killing planeswalkers. Alright, hold on. Okay. We get to ramp. Hold on. We get to ramp. Hold on. Okay, we get to deal 6 damage. I do believe the deck can cook. It seems to me that this deck only consistently cooks if your pod allows you to skip 5 turns. If you look me in my internet eyes and tell me I can resolve Ognis turn 4 and have a safe attack, that both justifies the deck's existence and tells me everything I need to know about the pod you are playing in. Because if you can keep a hand that won't resolve Ognis turn 3, then a lot more hands become keepable. That does very, very firmly place the deck into not to disrespect the deck, because it's a great flavor achievement and it does play Magic, which is more than I can say about most other heavy theme decks. When it comes to don't underestimate this deck, I could use this deck as a mattress, bro. It would be very comfortable to sleep on this one. I would be sleeping like a baby on this deck. Yeah, like we have Kalane here, and so turn 2, we drop this, we get big Treasure. Big Augie. This becomes a tap treasure. Big Augie, big card draw. Second tap treasure. Yeah, like it really comes down to if you get turn three, turn three Ognis plus card draw engine, deck honks. Every other world, 15 turns in, and we're praying for somebody to put us out of our misery. So I'm going to put it like... So I think that puts you on the eastern cliff face. It is incredible. It is incredible, but some of those goldfishes struck such a deep chord of sadness within my bones that I can't in good conscience call it like true best of the best. But wow, what a good this is forever the bar of, oh, I'm doing a personally themed like pseudo Universes Beyond deck, because this totally lives up to what it says it's going to do, and it has keepable hands that result in that result in stoppable but highly impressive gas. And that's awesome. So I would feel very confident taking this into pre-con tables, and I would feel extremely afraid taking it anywhere else. In terms of singular card suggestions, it's like I don't know enough about Sonic to suggest individual cards. The only things that seem like they would make the deck better to me is finding a way to justify additional low mana ramp sources and additional draw engines. But because this is such a deep flavor dive, I have zero confidence. Amulet of Vigor would not fuck. Whatever you do, do not add Amulet of Vigor. Having the treasures enter untapped is like so unimportant to our tempo. The treasures are just here for like next turn ramp. But what held every playtest together was guaranteed Ognis, guaranteed card advantage. And so the only things the deck would need to feel better, in my opinion, are additional instances of that. We already... Guys, we want to Facebreaker his Knuckles. What the fuck are we talking about? Whatever you think you're on... Archeon of Winter was born there, okay? You're traveling to a destination in your mind being like, this is what the deck needs. They have a home. They have a summer home they have built from scratch there. That is why I am not suggesting anything right now, is I'm like, any individual card I have, you are on it. You are on the Sonic name for it. I believe you. From a generalized perspective, I would say probably card draw is more important than hard turn 3 Ognis every single game. But I would say like 2/3 more ways to get card advantage, 1/3 more ways to guarantee Ognis, and then the deck honks repeatedly. But that, like, I'm downplaying this a lot because of how much I love the flavor. That is crazy variance we saw in that playtesting. That is insane levels of like ceiling to floor, just totally different world. And I think better card advantage or even card selection would shore that up really well. But be proud. You can cook. Insert JJK meme here. We're going to do another manual ad break, and then we're going to move on to Lord Xavier's deck. Archeon, if you're going to MagicCon Atlanta, that is the next that's the next event I'm going to be at. So that will be the soonest opportunity. They're not actually on 27 lands for YouTube chat. They're on 36. There's just only 27 tagged as lands, but I think they have either like MDFCs or things that are not tagged as lands that can be played as lands. So don't worry about the land count. When Mauled Europe arc, when Magicons start getting hosted in Europe. I mean, I went to Amsterdam for Magicon Amsterdam. Then Archeon, I don't know. Wait till, give it like 6 months. America will become a totally failed state, and then we'll just be a bunch of refugees in Europe. Here's the deck, everybody. For anybody that wants to inflict sonic goodness on their friends. I think Blaze the Cat kind of a reach, but sure. Haste Dragon that makes rings, like we don't have to, we will kind of allow that as a matter of course. I'm gonna have more Reese's Puffs cuffs. Wait, what's the considering? God. Yeah, if you can find justifications for things like Ignoble Hierarch. Oh, what was there another crazy horny? Listen, yes, okay. All of my ads are crazy, horny, fucked up stuff. I have Googled no less than like fucking, I think we have, it's now up to 3 times when we ask about variety game arcs that you motherfuckers recommend furry hentai to me. So yes, okay? This browser, I have given it over to Hades. It's fucked. There's no, you cannot clean the search history that is on this computer. Get over it. Gambit of Shadows, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. It's anime feed ads all the fucking way down. Get used to it. That's what this family chose, okay? We could have chosen other things. We didn't. We consistently chose anime feed ads. Hades doesn't want that computer. It's so fucking true. Wipes, let's see. When Dread, Cacodemon, destroy all creatures. Yeah, I don't really believe in this. Oh yeah, Bones. I was absolutely, listen, the reason I don't lean into this bit is because I legitimately don't think, like, there's not, I love riffing on stuff, and there's just not a lot I can riff off of, like, yes, we've Googled, hey man, I've Googled some wild shit here. And as a result of Googling that wild shit, the Google Ads Manager now understands one thing about me. And it understands that it thinks misshapen anime feet. Those are some fucked up toes. And that's how it's always going to be. I don't particularly care about it as a bit, because as a bit, the most I can do is I can go, here. Mango, we don't even have to use this for the VOD, but like, use it for the VOD if you think it's good. But we go, wow, a Sonic the Hedgehog deck. Hold a hard zoom on the misshapen toes. And we do that and like bit over. It is... I am constantly scraping my mind for ways to be funny, and it just like... There's nothing to vamp about. There's nothing to vamp about. Yeah, I mean, we could have... Like, I don't care if people see the ads while we're doing the video. Like, yes, listen. Zeus doesn't want this search history. Also, GTG Maximo, thank you for the 5 gifted community subs. Welcome to dog heaven, my friend. If I was uncomfortable with the premise as a whole, then I would not allow you guys to suggest Steam games for me to search. I would just be like, hey, I'm gonna look up everything off stream in my own time when I can clear cookies. But I don't. Because I think sometimes it's funny to do the jump scaring. I just like... I'm trying to do different bits right now. Foot Goblin, thank you for the Twitch follow. See, that's funny. If we're doing a foot bit, that's funny. That it's topical. It's going to force me to say something to interact with it. That is the type of energy I appreciate. If you're trying to distract from the beautiful Sonic deck with some dumbass like snide comment about the feet, and you're not willing to make a fake Twitch account under the name Foot Goblin and follow with it so that my head snaps to attention and goes, Foot Goblin, thank you for the follow. It's not worth the effort. So thank you, Foot Goblin. Big Beetlejuice moment. Anyway, Archeon of Winter, you're peak as fuck. Next, we're doing Lord Xavier's deck, who has told us, hey, Mauld, I just want to tell you this is an actual deck and not help written in the sky, which is crazy fucking shade to JM. Selenot, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. This deck is designed to get one big threat out, then slowly reload to fire again. Pattern, unblockable guy, into ramp, into commander, into high damage swing. My big hits are the Eldrazi, but in the late game, the reanimators are great too. I can't figure out if I aimed for bracket 3 and blew past it for a friend pod. Okay. First and foremost, this says to me we don't understand the silly to spooky to scary rating. I hesitate to graft them onto decks, but if you're like, my big hits are Eldrazi and I think I've blown straight past bracket 3, you have the same definition of silly as like Jeffrey Dahmer, and we got to work on that first in therapy before we can work on the deck. Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Foot Goblin. Oh no, hold on. Where'd it go? Come back. No, come on. We need you for the bit. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that generosity very, very much. So let's see what this deck is on. Oh, no. Oh, Vine Boom this man. This is help written in the sky, but like emotional help, not gameplay help. Do you know that Annihilator doesn't trigger from ninjutsu? Yes, I do actually know that. Okay, so we have Sattoru Umezawa, and then we have the 12 creatures every Sattoru Umezawa deck runs. Shout out my guy Valgavoth, because I do love him very much. All of these are fine. I got nothing to tell you. Sure. No, actually, I'm not sure. I'm vine booming you. What the fuck are we doing, bro? Why is this not one-sided? Our whole shit is about cheating in massive things. Why would we ever be willing to board wipe any of those? Draw. Yeah. Overcosted. Ridiculous. Who gives a fuck? One tutor? Legitimately not enough. You are in. All right. So lovingly. I love ninjas. One of the first decks I ever built was Sattoru Umezawa, because I thought he was so cool. I thought ninjutsuing was so great. The problem with Sattoru Umezawa is that because he is not a ninja commander, he is a mana cheating commander, and mana cheating is so powerful, you go straight to bracket 4 jail the moment that you have any good hits. And any good hits is gonna come as a shock to you, not Colossus of Akros, but like as soon as you can put Ancient Silver Dragon into play for 4 mana, we're straight into bracket 4 jail. We've tried to pull the brakes a little bit by not having Blightsteel, by not having like we've picked, I think we have picked the worst Eldrazi to try to hold ourselves back, and I think you can kind of sneak this guy into the top end of bracket 3, but the issue that you are always going to present is nobody can ever let you do the thing, because doing the thing is practically winning the game on the spot. You get a 4-mana Ulamog, you haven't won the game right there. It's like you're basically eliminating one player from the game every turn rotation. It is in effect. I'm not going to say you're a bad person. You are. It just wouldn't be helpful to be rude to you in this moment. This is so strong that it just basically always deserves to go all the way, rather than trying to back it up to be fair. Sattoru Umezawa is like always spooky, scary, and that is the weakest he can be. The highest he can be is just straight up scary, but the weakest he can be is spooky, scary. And if you are a relatively new player, or if you haven't played a lot with like mana cheatery, it is understandable that you wouldn't recognize that. So before we go into the rest of like how would we change this deck to make it do what you want, I just want like clear eyes, full heart, you a bitch, I'm a bitch with you, let's get to scoundreling. It felt fair until I started proxying, and that, I mean, Sattoru Umezawa is one of the commanders where not being limited by collection can power it up a fair bit. But the thing is, I want you to understand is, if you were just a person with more disposable income, would that make the deck more fair? Like, would it be more chill for you to drop an Ulamog onto the field turn 4 if you had the $50 to turn into an Ulamog? Like, in the context of fair for that commander game? Or would it still have the effect of like, oh, well, Jeremy's fucking dead. Kick rocks, bitch. Shintendo64, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. More like I upgraded it over time. Okay, that makes sense. But basically, like, if you want to... Here's the way you make a silly Sattoru Umezawa deck, or you make a fair Sattoru Umezawa deck. You have to do what Archeon did with the like Sonic the Hedgehog deck. You have to pick a gimmick that you commit so hard to that it forces you to take bad ninjutsu hits. As soon as you start putting good creatures into ninjutsu with Sattoru Umezawa, and they are in the big guys section because they're a good creature, you are in spooky, you are probably in scary. But if you are like, this is my Sattoru Umezawa deck, it is a beginning to end retelling of the story of Riverdale, and you can sell me on all 12 of the targets being like Riverdale references, or but also importantly, you can't do IPs where people fight. If you were like, this is my Sattoru Umezawa deck, everything in here is a Bleach reference, it's like, Yeah, man, I believe you. Here's Yami. Or here's a Menos Grande. So if we want it to be more functional, we can do that. If we want it to be more thematic, I can brainstorm with you on like themes you can do. But I think the first thing we have to decide, more functional. Okay, we want this to be better and better and better. Then what we need is stuff that is going to, I mean, hey, first stop, Menos Grande, baby. I hate to say it, but this is the Sattoru meme for a reason. Putting a thing onto the field that can just kill a player instantly is about the ceiling of what you can do. There are some other like cute things you can do. I don't know if Vile Mutilator is the right guy. It is the right guy. So like other cute value stuff you can do is have ETB control. You get to cheat the ETB cost of Vile Mutilator because you're not casting it, you're ninjaing it in. There's also Dusk Mangler, as Jisu was saying, but anything that says like on enter, something very bad is going to happen to you, and it's no longer going to be fair because I don't have to let the bad thing happen to me. Or you can do, yeah, big drop stacks pieces like Nick is saying with Now, the thing to be careful about with the tickler, when you do this, a good player will concede. Or it's kind of like a pretty good player will concede. A very good, very competitive player might not concede. Really bad players won't concede and will just play against you disdainfully for like 20 more fucking minutes while you wrap the game up. But the tickler is a great way to just be like, hey, I stick this. Do you have an answer right now? No? Bag that shit up. But you gotta have people with some emotional fortitude if you're going to play Jin Gataxis. Because if you play Jin Gataxis and you don't have against people who don't have emotional fortitude, they're gonna be like, oh, you're on no win con stacks, when the win con is 100% me beating you to death with a hammer. So there's Jin Gataxis, there is Void Winnower is another, like, yeah, big stacks piece, big body. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. We can also do Ebon Blade Reaper. No, we can't. Don't do this. Don't fucking don't please. Making somebody lose half their life, it is a good way to move their life total towards 0. The problem is, if you want to be doing high power Sattoru Umezawa, the stuff you commit to the board has to lock people down somehow, and popping somebody for 20 doesn't kill them quickly enough to just like totally headlock them. And that's what we have to do. We have to headlock them with like Toxrill. We have to headlock them with Toxrill, with Void Winnower, with who was that other big black guy we looked at? Like this is like fair Blightsteel, when we're operating in a level of gameplay where we should just be playing normal Blightsteel. I think Shieldred Whispering One is a playable target. Dimir, this also allows us to kind of go for like Entomb Reanimate combos, because if you're trying to go for like as functional as possible, that is when we lean into mechanical archetypes over emotional archetypes. The only emotional archetype we are playing into is I am a bastard and I am about to make it your problem. And so the way we'd play into Shieldred is we have more cards that are like Entomb or Buried Alive or other graveyard tutors, and then we also just have Reanimate, so that it becomes like, I don't have to, like, Sattoru is no longer the only method by which I can cheat mana. This is now just a deck that is all about not paying legitimately for my big guys. Yeah, and I see we're kind of already on that shit with these guys. I would replace Order of Midnight and Alter Fate for like Reanimate, or there's another, I think it's Animate Dead. I've come down very hard on the past on single target reanimation, and that's typically for decks that don't have good single target reanimation triggers. Like if you're doing single target reanimation, you got to be bringing back a whole 500-pound motherfucker. You can't be bringing back like Tony Two Dicks. And so Animate Dead will be good for you if it's hitting like Shieldred, if it's hitting Void Winnower, if it's hitting even hitting like Valgavoth would be appropriate with this. Yeah, Virtue of Persistence is way too fair. Victimize is also good because we have so these guys are now sack cattle is how you need to think of them. Agent of Treachery can be okay. We're not going to, if you wanted to do bracket 4 is like super high power but also pet cards, and this would be a pet card. We are it would take a lot of turns for him to totally take over a game, but he could steal some really, really good stuff. And the ceiling is like, you ninja him in one turn, next turn you ninja him back out, and then you ninja him back in the turn after. So it's not like you win the game instantly, but you do get some pretty fucking high value theft out of him. Eris, you can do it the same turn if you have the mana. This deck's ramp does not look built to be doing double ninjutsu turn 5. So if we have 8 mana on turn 5, yeah, we can do it the same turn. I was saying it takes multiple turns because I don't think we're ever looking at 8 mana turn 5. I think we're looking at turn 4, he gets put in. Turn 5, you can take him out, but at most you have like 6 mana available to use. And so you take him back out and then nothing happens. All right, so we do this. We have our commander on turn 3. Do we hit a land? No, but we can Thought Vessel. And again, if we get to take this turn and nobody has shot our very cool ninja in the chest, they have made a terrible, terrible, terrible mistake. Because then if we make it to turn 5, our hits are either Mind Leech Mass, Valgavoth, Ulamog the Infinite Gyre. Any of these three things that we cheat in on turn 5 is such an incredible escalation of hostilities. They usually let me have my first ninjutsu. Why? Why in God's name? The Reanimator theme doesn't play super well with the Eldrazi Titans, but it doesn't have to if most of the Reanimator theme is via Grave Tutors. Like, this is just a... we have plenty of non-Eldrazi hits that we don't really mind if we're not Grave Tutoring Eldrazi. Because that makes me worried that we're in a, like, we're in a PowerPoint night pod. And for that type of pod, I feel like Sattoru, at this point, if we're dealing with a pod that is so... I'm going to try to use nice words for this. I'm going to do my best to use nice words for this. If we're dealing with a pod that is still in that aspirational phase of playing Commander, where they are highly concerned with letting everybody else do the thing before the gloves come off, Sattoru Umezawa is going to be an incredibly difficult commander to navigate in a pod like that, because the stuff you can do with him is so good, and because people are letting you do stuff, that is a very, very dialed in recipe for hurt feelings, because if you ever do anything too good, people feel taken advantage of. But everyone's individual notion of what you can do with them, of what like everyone's individual notion of what is too good is so fueled by individual biases that you're going to end up walking on eggshells all the time. So in that light, I think making the Valgavat deck scarier is probably wrong, because if you don't have to fight for that first ninjutsu, doing the stuff we're suggesting is just going to scare the hoes, and everyone's going to be really upset, and they're going to be like, this is why we can't let Kevin cook ever. However, it's going to be near impossible to suggest stuff that actually is appropriate, because we have no idea what the indestructible Justin in your playgroup was previously traumatized by. Like, I would guess they're okay with theft based off some of the hits you have in here. So, like, maybe you could do Agent of Treachery. They seem at least tentatively okay with theft if we have Mind Leech Mass. They seem okay with resource denial, but it has to be like sorcery speed, because you have to take a turn to get this Annihilator 4 trigger. Like, we would, to make this deck more functional without stepping it up a whole level of gameplay, requires a therapist more than it does a deck review. And it is fun. Let's make that clear. Mana cheating is incredibly fun. This deck was first built to handle the Ur-Dragon player and then kept going. Yeah, I also end up really hating decks that get edited a lot over time. As a practice, it makes sense to me. There's definitely decks that I've changed over time, and any deck that I've kind of built by parts after about like 12 to 18 months, it feels like it gets Ship of Theseus. So to begin tying the knot on this, what do you want to play Sattoru Umezawa for? Like, what part of this commander is the why of why we're using him? Because this definitely works. I just love the surprise aspect of it. Okay, we are dealing with a pod that still believes Sattoru Umezawa is a surprise. The what is in my hand. Gotcha. Okay. I don't want to send you to jail forever, but I might send you to jail forever. Also, everybody say hi to my editor, Triple Mango Threat. Because I'll say a lot of us who, I don't know how long you've been playing Xavier, but a lot of the people that are familiar with Sattoru Umezawa, nobody's ever confused about what's in your hand. They're always just like, oh, it's unforgivable bullshit every time. It's always dog shit. It's always dog shit that I hate and is going to poop my pants for me. Please stop. Like you're playing is it cake or is it C4, and it's always C4. Oh, true. Yes, if we wanted to be a more controllable version of this, I would suggest swapping to Marvo. Yeah, Xavier, you can make it better. Like if you just put in the hits we suggested and you put in that like reanimation package, that would make the deck better. You can try that and you can see if your pod still likes that. I'm just going to caution you in advance. I think the reaction will be everybody disliked that. So instead, if you want to do the like what's in my hand game, you can play Marvo, because Marvo puts a ceiling on the mana cheating, which kind of naturally restrains how powerful the things you can do are. Like you can still put in Massacre Worm, you can still put in Colossus, you can even still put in the dragons, but Marvo allows you to go like, I'm going to do the most fucked up thing I can, and I still can't put in Ulamog, and I still can't put in Blightsteel Colossus. And so if you want it to play well at spooky, I think Marvo's a better version of this. And then you have the clash aspect too. And also, it's a knife octopus, which is generically funny. Like you get to add gambling in, you get a cute little guy as your commander, you get card draw in the command zone, maybe, and you still get the mana cheating, and you still get, hey, this game of like, hey, what's in my hand, except like it's not always C4. But if you think your playgroup, the answer to this question is based 100% on how would my playgroup react to me ninjutsuing in Jin Gataxis. No, I did not. Would more group slug style stuff help more? Like instead of player removal, it's everyone takes X damage. See, Eric, that's why I said doing the Sattoru path is more about a therapist than it is about a like actual deck build, because these are already good hits. I don't think they're the best possible hits, but I think they are like, hey, putting in a 13/13 with flying and trample, that's strong. That matters. I draw a million, that matters. I steal something out of your hand, yoink, that matters. But to go any higher than this, we start getting into stuff that will like really press on, oh, people think this is fucked up. We're right on the edge of like, this is fucked up, but people can still laugh. If we want it to become any more functional, we have to start getting like truly fucked up. Now, if you don't want to make it any more fucked up, and you just want to make it like a little bit more effective. Somebody pointed out the good tech of if you ninjutsu in Peregrine Drake, you can begin double ninjutsuing on turns, because you can ninjutsu Peregrine Drake in, you untap 5 lands to then ninjutsu something else back out. So this would be how you like double dip ETBs on like Sepulchral Primordial. I do not believe it goes infinite by itself. Peregrine Drake goes infinite if you get a second untapper like Great Whale and you have both of them in your hand. But if you just do one by itself, you have, let's say you have 5 lands. You ninjutsu in Peregrine Drake, you untap those 5 lands. You ninjutsu the other thing back in. You no longer have the 4 mana to ninjutsu Peregrine Drake back out. You can make it an infinite, but there's a reason I only recommended Peregrine Drake and not any of the things that make it go infinite. Alone, Peregrine Drake is just coupon for an extra ninjutsu, which if you go like all fucked up ETB effects, if you were going the Vile Mutilator route, or like Dusk Mangler, or even like Archon of Cruelty, then it's just, okay, I have Peregrine Drake, and now Peregrine Drake lets me double tap. So that's another direction you could go, because the shell this shell, good. This shell is very solid. You have appropriate amounts of interaction. You have an appropriate number of lands. You have a roughly appropriate amount of card draw, but really for the most part, like, Sattoru doesn't need card draw as much as Sattoru needs hopes and prayers. Like, yeah, fuck this. This is keepable. Our card draw is the big shithead we're playing. And so there's a ton of flavor picks I could suggest to you in terms of how to make this deck go laterally. If you want the deck to go up, you got to have a come to Jesus moment with your pod, because you're going to start violating the Geneva Convention in ways you did not know were possible. You are going to begin violating the Geneva Conventions of alternate timelines if we bring this deck any higher. And if you don't want to do that, but you want to like make a deck as good as it can be, go Marvo. If you want to go laterally, I would just look, probably the like 8 to 10 mana range is where you want to cook, and you're going to want to go for what can I cheat in at 8 to 10 mana that is powerful but does not win the game. Kind of sounds like where your pod likes to be operating. T-Mouse on YouTube is asking for, can anyone recommend me a mana dunk that draws me cards? If you mean mana dump, I would say Blue Sun Zenith. Pretty expensive, but is a mana dump that you can use over and over again. I think you've done good. I think this is solid. I'm going to put this above the Kindred Brainworm on the Riz axis, but you have like totally functional deck that I am frankly a little limited on what I can tell you to do, because like this is the one that stands out to me, as well as Octavia Living Thesis, because this is where you're monologuing. Mind Leech Mass, fucked up theft card. Silver Dragon, fucked up card draw. Brass Dragon, fucked up reanimate. Valgavoth, Mothra, hell yeah. Ulamog, hell yeah. And then we're like, silly octopus. Like we have wacky waving inflatable arm tube man coming out of nowhere with a fucking steel chair. But it still all works, because no matter what you do, you're cheating in something really expensive, and apparently your table's letting you do it. All right, we're going to do another manual ad break. We have some random smasher passes to catch up on, and then we have Casey's deck, which is going to be spooky, scary. So Zimmerman, there is a commission option. However, we are doing a free roast stream. We are doing a free roast stream on Saturday, May 3rd. You can buy into that with Twitch channel points, and it's going to be 2,000 channel points a ticket for a maximum of 10 tickets. If you get pulled in that raffle, you need to have your deck ready to go that day, and we will roast you live on that stream. If you don't make it into that stream, your next option is going to be May 4th. We are selling them as commissions for $69 a piece. Tuscan Fury, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome back to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that very much. Or, yes, your final option, if you want to deck roast right now, because you're going to be busy May 3rd and you don't want to wait for commissions, you can, at all times, send me 500 United States dollars and I will stop what I am doing and we will talk about your deck. Mevo, the custom Discord role is just a custom color and custom role in Discord that marks you as special. At all times, even when you aren't streaming, no, I will come up with it. I will come up with a different price for if I see the PayPal, I will go live on Twitch and roast your deck, but that's going to be a higher price. Lord Xavier, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Thanks for the roast mauled. Awesome advice to everyone seeing this. They are super worth. Thank you, Xavier. And listen, I am so happy for you that you get to play with this guy. I had the Sattoru Umezawa beaten out of me the moment I tried to bring it into my friend group. So I am very glad that you have gotten to touch the sky of what this guy gets to do. And I am clear eyes, full heart. If you go any further, you are never seeing heaven. It will be worth it, but you are never seeing heaven, brother. Lemon, I really don't fuck with Abzan. I can give you bracket 3 Abzan instantly, which is a Nixthia, but because it's mana cheating, not as much as Sattoru Umezawa, but similar to Sattoru Umezawa, because it's mana cheating, it's like not it's tough to make it like super fair. You can if you're very careful. If someone were to gift 100 subs, does that also count asking for a friend? Kato, I think I'm going to say no for the gifting 100 subs. As cool as gifting 100 subs is, like subs and gifting subs in particular converts like the worst in terms of actually paying me. Like at that point you're paying like Jeff Bezos like $250 to get your roast. And so there's my greed on one side of the scale, and there's also like, I'm not trying to pay Jeff Bezos $200 for this shit. Come on, man. Even though 100 gift subs is very cool thing, it just like so much of it gets sent to fucking Amazon. Oh yeah, you could build fair Felithar for sure. You could definitely build like bracket 2 around this Felithar. Hold on, Reese's time. Put a pre-war formal wear in there and you got a stew going? No, nobody tell Elk. Nobody tell Elk we're talking about pre-war formal wear. Don't do it. Don't tell him we're talking about fucking weenie value. Oh, true. These are ZC's buttercups. Joe Salsa hit me with a personal question. Mauled, is it worse to cheat mana or mana ramp? I think morally, it is literally worse to mana ramp. Depending on how much of your deck is dedicated to ramping. Because if you're cheating mana, you a whole bitch. But typically, the mana cheating can be interacted with, and the table should accurately identify you are a massive threat because you're going to cheat something in. As a mana cheater, I know this, I own this. I applaud people when they murder me. When you ramp mana, we are kind of tautologically talking about bracket 1 through 3, because in brackets 4 and in CEDH, just ramping is typically bad unless you are going to float infinite mana, which I would also qualify under mana cheating. So when you mana ramping to me, when you spend turns mana ramping, that always feels to me like you are implicitly asking the table to let you cook. And the worst version of this I have ever seen was my friend Joe Cherry's deck, which was Maelstrom Wanderer Karuga Companion. So it had nothing in the deck under mana value 3. Everything at mana value 3 and 4 was ramp, and everything else was like gigantic 6 to 9 mana creatures. And playing that deck is the single most painful experience of my life, because you skip 2 turns, sometimes you even skip 3 turns, then you skip a 4th turn, maybe a 5th turn, playing ramp, and then you just play sorcery speed, I attempt to win the game. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it feels like heinously uninteractive and like impossible to navigate any political situations with the table, because if there's any early problems, you're like, I can't do anything about that. And if there's any aggression towards you, you just have to be like, yeah, if you kill me before turn 6, I can't do anything about it. But if you wait until turn 7, buckaroo, I'm gonna fucking murder you. So I dislike ramp into nonstop bomb decks. I had a Tatyova deck once with like 40 lands, 20 ramp spells, and some generic dumb top end. I literally never lost with that deck. Yeah, like the moment that radicalized me against ramp is I was very angry after playing against a couple Simic landfall decks. I wasn't playing aggro, which can be like a natural predator of that, but I had lost to a couple Simic decks, and I was like, this is bullshit. They must be cheating. I hate this so much. And I thought to myself, okay, if I'm ever having trouble beating something, the best thing I can do is play it myself to understand its weaknesses. And I built a Tatyova deck that was like 40 lands, 20 ramp spells, and then just like anything expensive that seemed kind of good. And it didn't get a 100% win rate, but every fucking game I played with it, I was like, oh, no, it's that easy. Oh, okay. You let me untap with 7 lands, I'm going to take an extra turn now. Fuck you, I guess. I think we've covered the people who are on a timer. Oh, I missed clicking the ad break button. So we're going to hit the ad break and then it's Casey's time. Oh, yeah, and we have Smash. I'm going to pee. Then we'll do Smasher passes. Jay Dizzy, thank you for the follow. All right. We're going to do, I have no idea how many we missed, so I'm going to do 5 random Smasher passes. Let's see. Oh, it's at least 6. It's at least 7. It's 7. We have 7 to do. And then we're going to get into Casey's deck. Pass. I don't fuck with cops like that. Pass. 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 Smash for the status alone. Hard pass. Hard pass. Incredible. Incredible heat today. Fried Slice, Texas. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Oh, we have an 8th from Talia. Hard pass. That man does not look like he cares for his teeth. 22 Irgesplitten. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. All right, Casey's time. The deck in one word is power. I feel like it draws a lot of hate without being able to pack the necessary punch to back that up. I want to back that up. I want them to feel pain and suffering, and right now the deck is 0-5. Oh, I'm so sorry, bestie. Oh, no. Oh, no! Hold on. I might have just fucked up the copy paste. Oh, Casey. Oh, wrong one. We've sent in an okay, we have an email then. No! The monkey's paw fucking curls again. Casey, I wanted to help you. I want to help you. I want to help you. You can't. No Umbuka. I said me playing dinosaurs is cool. Anyone else playing dinosaurs is lame. All right. Roll back the rock, Pantalazzi EDH. So we're aiming for spooky, comma scary. We are on the blink tech. We have some haste enablers. What's this curve look like? We kind of have a ladder going on. We have a weird amount of competition happening at our commander's mana value. Okay, we're on the blink trick, but we're not doing blink combo. What's our card draw? Fuck you. Sure. So a lot of conditional draw, but like Bond, Uprising, Guardian Project, all draw a card just with our commander being on the field, and Pantalazza is probably like Pantalazza is not card draw, but he is card value. Fucking yeah, hey, dinosaurs, baby. Draft playable Stompy, fuck yeah. Oh, true, it is, yeah, it is draw or hand. Okay, so we have Dinosaur, Grasp of Fate. We have draw a card. We have, okay, I don't mind. I like Flaming Tyrannosaurus here. Probably a good dinosaur. I believe in Galta for being a 12/12. I don't believe in Galta for literally anything else. Gishat's fucked up. Hulking Raptor is... 16 pieces of ramp. Oops. Okay. Okay. I believe that this tag tells us everything we need to know about the deck. If you are internally classifying Akroma's Will as oops, I win, as much as I want to have you chained up in the corner forever for being a dinosaur player, I'm going to free you spiritually and tell you 100% if you won with Akroma's Will, you earned it. If you won with Akroma's Will and your table said that it was either bullshit or out of nowhere or an oops, I win, or in any way undeserved, I need you to know they are babies. Babies are cute. Many people over the world, many people the world over love babies, will throw their entire lives away to care for babies. So that's nothing against babies. But if they think Akroma's Will is oops, I win, they are children. And they are just unwilling to look in the mirror. Aiden, I do say that because it needs, not only does it need a board state, it needs a pretty developed board state to win the game. Now, to kill one player, sure, pretty quickly. But we're not buffing the board. We're giving them double strike. So we're doubling our effective damage, and we're giving it evasion with at least flying. But if we're going, let's say realistically, to win the game with Akroma's Will in the middle to later parts of a commander game, we need to have like 20 power on board. If you find a way to put together a win with 20 power on board, and the people in your pod are like, where did that even come from? Like, respectfully, they need to get their fucking eyes checked. As much as I hate it when it happens to me, as angry as I get, and I will like I'll razz you all fucking day about it, about how little you had to work to get a Chroma's Will, but it is not oops. This is a PSA. If you are passing to the green player and they have 4 creatures, you have let them win. I don't care what turn it is. I don't care what the 4 creatures are. I don't care if they're mana dorks. I don't care if they're utility pieces. I don't care if they're big stompy. If at any point in your commander game you are passing to a green player who has 4 or more creatures, you have gone, take it away. Go off. That's just how good green is at converting a medium-wide board state to a win con. See, yeah, like it's... So I would say if you are having trouble... if you're having trouble backing up the gas of this deck, first, are you losing to board wipes or are you losing to people going bigger than you are? And the thing that set me off, I will lead with, is Regal Imperiosaur, which may not stand out to you as a particularly bad dinosaur. And it's not the worst thing ever. In the context of a commander game, where we are trying to move into like big, scary, dominating board states, we have so many things we can do that are so much better than +1/+1 on a creature type that it becomes like, why is bro here? I'll tell you what, bro is solid as hell in draft. I lose mostly to board wipes, which is why I try to have a large protection suite. Okay, then I'm going to... I'm going to begin recommending that we cut down on it being only dinos. We don't need to be so OD. We can have a little piece of like non-dinosaur protection. We can also do... We don't have a lot of white creatures, so we can't get away with like Flare of Fortitude. But we have a ton of stuff that is kind of dedicated to like more. And we don't have... we don't have a ton of stuff that is dedicated to like get to lethal as quickly as possible, and we don't have a ton of stuff that's dedicated towards prevent people from interacting with us. The things that would prevent people from interacting with us are like big Avacyn, right? Like this, hey, who gives a fuck? Yeah, you are in fact, you are Scrooge McDucking the fuck out of these dinosaurs. Like Galta, you can get pretty silly with because you'll get a fucking... You will get a fat Discover trigger and you'll probably cast them for very little. But we don't have things that are either... We don't have things that are giving indestructible. Even if we never intended... Even if we never intended to cast it for the free cost, at minimum this becomes a board wipe only kills our commander. That's not bad. As Elikman has pointed out, I see, but the thing is, I don't think we're losing to people interacting on our turn. It sounds like we're losing to, we get a very imperious board state. It can't kill anybody. we pass, and then we lose the game at sorcery speed because somebody else casts Wrath of God. If you're losing to damage-based board wipes, Vigor can be pretty fucking crazy. Although this is very limited to like people that are winning through like Blasphemous Act and Blasphemous Act accessories. If you're getting board wiped by a white player, honestly, it's still pretty good because it lets you swing for effectively free. Let me look at Galadriel's dismissal. I think this would be pretty good if we don't have it already. Sure. Yeah, I think, okay. I think one thing that's hurting you a lot is in your search for value, you are double dipping all of the time. You want everything to be a Swiss Army knife because, frankly, reading's very hard, especially for the Dino Challenged. But you want everything to be a dinosaur for Pantlaza, and it's also got to be protection, and it's also got to be our interaction, and it's also got to be our ramp, versus having stuff that's just like super good protection piece and almost exclusively protection. Maybe you do something fucked up with phasing out somebody else's Voltron target, but like we can just take good like things that are really good at one job, and we can allow parts of our deck to be specialized. Not every part of our deck has to be trained on every job in the McDonald's. Magic Keeper, you are up next. So I would say like 15 to 20. Now our ramp section seems pretty responsible. We can get to haste eventually, but I don't think like giving this board haste solves the problem. I think giving this board haste just makes it deal 10 more damage before it loses. If we had more things, if we had more boys like the Crater Hoof, where I was very confident in this deck's ability to assemble lethal, I think this deck is like, if I was going to make a called shot about the fate of this deck, it's every game you get 15 power on the board, and then you get hit with Wrath of God, and you weep openly as somebody else wins. 1 through 10, how warm are we on that? Six to 7. Okay. So what am I missing from that called shot? Are you able to assemble more power than that? Are you able to get to like 30 power before somebody sorcery speed board wipes you? Or are you getting targeted before you even get there? Are they like, Casey's played Pantlaza, take his toenails? Because both of those, I think, are, I would believe. But let's do first playtest. See, we have... So we play this. We play this. Cream of the Crop is cute. We can try to set up a Discover trigger. Okay. Look at you. That's almost a personality. Oh, but I think we play Erd Heirloom. No, it's 5. So we're cool to... No, we're not. We have to do Erd Heirloom. Turn 3. We Sacred Foundry. We do shock it in. So we go bam, bam. No. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. And we would have ordered that differently to look at the top one, and we would, ooh, that sucks to keep on top, but we're going to do it. We play a tap land. We Pantlaza, so we get to check top 4, and we get to discover for 4. All of these are rough. Do we get to... So 1 goes to top, the rest go to bottom. We probably put Bone Horde to top and the rest to bottom. And then we discover into this, goes into hand. We pass. Aiden, I'm gonna... Oh, right. Never mind. He's not a valid discover target. Neither's this. Neither's this. We discover Soul Ring. We play that. Yeah. We were all wrong. We were all wrong. No, Aiden. You and I are holding hands on the walk of shame. Because there's cream of the crop working, but then even if we put the dinosaur on top, it's too expensive to hit with the discover anyway. So we discover Soul Ring out. Turn 6, we would have drawn, okay, a piece of removal. We can Kogla and Yadaro. So now we check top 7 to set up a Discover 7. We can give dinosaurs haste. We can ramp, or we can buff our dinosaurs. I feel like I'll take the Imperasaur and put it to top, and we'll take that as our... Actually, no, I'm going to take the Mana Rock, because the Patchwork Banner is achieving basically the same thing. Oh, but does ramping even matter? We have Soul Ring. Do I even give a fuck about ramp? So we put Patchwork Banner on top. We discover into it. Okay, Lemon. We're just going to leave this... We're just going to leave this on screen for a minute. Nobody? Hey, nobody dogpile. We don't need that. I have faith in Lemon. Lemon has proven their competency. There we go. There it is. Vine Boom of Amnesty. We'll get there. You have it in your dino deck? Never mind. Dogpile this motherfucker. Don't actually. It's okay. So now we're ramping even more. We've not converted very well to board. We can play Regal Behemoth. It's going to come in for 6. So we check top 6 for cream of the crop is why we are checking the top 6 cards of our library. For the enchantment, cream of the crop to put stuff on top. And then we get to discover 6. I think we pick Ravenous Tyrannosaurus. Or actually, maybe we hit Parting Gust. Whew. I think we do Parting Gust, and I'm going to hit Pantlaza, and I'm just going to... No, Tyrannosaurus is good. So it's going to devour this guy and come in as a 9/9. So yeah, Scarlett, I do agree. I do agree that in a real game, we probably discover into flawless maneuver to keep in your hand. I'm trying to identify what the ceiling of this deck is, and it looks quite low. We are working with a fucking like bungalow right now. I know what I want to recommend. It is a difficult path to recommend in such a short period of time. What is good about this, the best thing about this deck is that everything on it says dinosaur. I'll give you those points for free. You are 100% discovering some dinos, and I think what you need to work on is understanding how Discover X can be a de facto tutor in a well-built mana curve. Probably what's not worth, I would not build an entire deck around this, but I think what would be a good exercise for you is if I was going to cast something that gave me a Discover 7 trigger, or whatever the most classic Discover, whatever the most normal Discover number for you is, if I was going to get one of those, what is the best thing it could be? And how could I orient my deck around hitting that as often as possible? Because we have a lot of things that do generically good stuff, but like a Chroma's Will, good win con if I have a board. If you have Craterhoof Behemoth, good win con if you have a board. And there's a lot of stuff, other stuff in here that is good, but I think that everything 5 mana and above needs to answer the question, how quickly can this win me the game? And I think right now all of your dinosaurs, their answer is like not very much at all. And there's also a ton of, this is another example of like Kindred deck that doesn't have to be Kindred, right? We care about dinosaurs entering to trigger the Discover, but we only get that once a turn anyway. I think you could probably slide in this deck even if you only had like 20 dinosaurs. And I know that's like a high crime. A high crime, it's at minimum a misdemeanor for people that like to play Dinosaur Stompy. But really and truly, I don't think it's necessary. The less stompy dinosaurs in my dinosaur deck, that's a felony. Yeah, like there's a reason that a lot of the higher power Pantlaza decks kind of default to doing Blink combo, because the ceiling on doing Oops All Dinosaurs is only so high. I think you have found it. You are getting currently squished against the ceiling of every Oops All Dinosaur deck goes to turn 6, assembles 20-ish power, like we did in the Goldfish. Turn 6, turn 7, you have 20-ish power. If they board wipe you, you lose. If they don't, you win. Stuff you can do to ameliorate that. The big keywords you care about are Double Strike. So let's look at the ways we have to turn Double Strike on. Double Strike, extra combats. These are the things. So like Berserker's Onslaught. This is kind of what I would consider a good Pantlaza hit, because it's the type of thing that I would like never want to tap out for this, but if I got this for free stapled to the ass of a gigantic dinosaur, doubles my speed in terms of winning the game. You could also, I believe, less in City on Fire because it's so expensive that it's going to be almost impossible for us to discover into it. Unless we're doing it with like Galta. 5, extremely reasonable that we can hit that off a Discover. 8 for City on Fire, tough. Jay Dizzy, we never want to, in the dinosaur deck, we don't want to be tapping our dinosaurs to set up for an extra turn. We could even do like fucking Blade Historian. If you ever flip Blade Historian off of Pentlaza, I think you're just like clicking your heels together. And so I think we have Rhythm of the Wild already. Yeah, so I think the attitude should kind of be more set up to establish haste on my creatures, more set up to establish double strike on my creatures, and then we want to start turning like Pentlaza and one combat step from Pentlaza is scary. I wouldn't do sorcery speed ones. I would not bet on a Planeswalker emblem. No, this is strike 1 for Twitch chat suggesting things. Would Xenagos do it? I think this one's possible. Haste enabling is good. Doubling one creature's power is good. I'm not sure if it ends up becoming good enough to like beat all the other options, but it is like you would not be sad about seeing Xenagos. We are not doing a goddamn saga. I don't know how important Rage Reflection being 6 instead of 5 is, but I do think that's the same type of like, we would never want to cast this ourselves, but we would absolutely love to get it just smuggled inside the fat cheeks of a dinosaur. True Conviction is, again, not unplayable. Might just be like, I doubt lifelink is important enough for you. Well, the point, Skunk Owner, is that we're not trying to run uncastable cards. We want to run cards that we would be a little bit sad to cast, but not like impossible to cast. If it is impossible for us to cast it, or not impossible, but like if we are big sad to hard cast it, then it shouldn't go in. Captain Bertaz, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. That is true. Enduring Courage is not a bad one. this is another thing. I think we would be very, very, very happy to hit this off Pentlaza. We don't want to do trigger doubling Elish Norn. I'm kind of debating if we want to do Grand Cenobite. I don't think so. I think since we have access to green, all of the things we would want this for, we just replace with like Crater Hoof or Pathbreaker Ibex or any of the other like big overrun spells. Yeah, like because we Discover's limited behind do this only once each turn though. I'm pretty sure that if you hit like trying to trigger double just fizzles. EB90, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And King Squee, thank you as well. Welcome to the doghouse. So going for we're gonna trigger double is like what is whatever. We have Rhythm of the Wild. We could do Mass Hysteria. And then there's also like Concordant Crossroads. I feel like of every deck in our pod, we have to be the coolest with everybody having haste. Like are we losing or do we lose to anybody on board? My meme suggestion was Aurelia the War Leader. I do not think we want the hasty boots other than maybe Lightning Greaves. I mean the 0 cost equip, sure, but I don't think we're going to be holding up a ton of mana. So the dinosaurs I think probably are not doing enough for you are that Discover 8's so juicy though, but Curious Altasaur, Earthshaker Dreadmaw, Atali Primal Storm, even though I love them very much. Quartzwood Crasher, Regal Behemoth, Regal Imperiosaur, Sunfrill Imitator, Swooping Pteranodon, Tranquil Frillback, Trumpeting Carnosaur, and Zakama. Yeah, I think Zakama Primal Calamity too. And I want to be clear, all of them are dinosaurs that hit hard and have some type of value stapled to their big, thick ass. That is like bare minimum for dinosaurs. So when I'm picking these cards out, I'm picking these cards out as they seem like you are spending 6 mana to set up even more. And we want to have set up turns 1 through 3. Then we want to play Pantlaza. And then when we have 6 or more mana, we want to be trying to, we want to be discovering into a hasted Pathbreaker Ibex, and we want to be punching somebody into the fucking sun. Straight into the fucking sun. Yeah, I think Rising of the Day. I think Rising of the Day is acceptable. I mean, Eris, if you play in a fog meta, I'm so sorry. However, I don't. Casey, are you playing in fog meta? Because we don't have to build every deck to play well into every meta in the world. We have to build a deck that's going to make you happy in your play group. Fuck Polyraptor. You're not all right. Good. You're not in fog meta. The people in your LGS have sex sometimes. Then we don't have to do damage can't be prevented. What you're gonna do, Casey, is you're going to remember cards like Isengard Unleashed, and you are going to tape these to your thigh to swap in case of emergency if you ever do play into a fog meta. This guy's probably a little bit too expensive. I think this guy is right on the edge of like you spend 6 mana to set up even more. But this is the type of I know you suggested Sirach the Hunt Caller and I suggested the good one. No. On the edge. On the edge. For sure. For sure that man is edging. But if we were cheating at Magic, we would go Forest. Fuck this guy. This is Concordant Crossroads. Next turn, we Farseek, and we Farseek a Temple Garden. Next turn, we play this, and we play I don't know, one of the various 4 mana things that we like Rhythm of the Wilds or something, but we didn't draw that, so whatever. And then next turn we play this, it has haste, we discover for 4. We sack fucking Reflecting Pool for Rootbound Crag, Cavern of Souls, Kessig Wolf Run. We get to swing. And now turn 5, we drop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We drop 5 mana into an 8/8. We get go to the fucking bottom. We hit fucking 3 visits. God damn it. God fucking damn it. And then God, we tutor this Plains off of 3 visits. And now we just fucking weep openly. But we have a hasted 8/8. We have a hasted 8/8. And we can play Party Tree. If we live from here, which we shouldn't, we will play this. We will draw a card after putting counters on. Thank God we drew this shithead. We discover for 7. We get Topiary Stomper. I'm also going to suggest that we have fewer things like 3 visits. I know you want to ramp like a motherfucker. Because you have a 5 mana commander, I think if it doesn't get you 2 or more lands, don't play it. Play a thing that converts into like setup or better card draw. Like 2 mana stuff that is reasonable, cream of the crop. That's such good setup that lets you control way better what you're going to be drawing. But if we ever cascade into 2 mana, get 1 land, we never emotionally recover from this. Or sorry, I'm never going to financially recover from this. I would recommend Cultivate over 3 visits. I would recommend Kodama's Reach over Nature's Lore. I realize that goes against like common advice about ramp, but I think the way your deck wants to ramp, we have Entis Restoration. If we can get 2 or more lands to field, we feel good about it because it's going to ramp us so much that we can just hard cast one of the things we wanted to cheat out. But with these 2 mana options, they're terrible to discover into, and they help us cast Pantalaza sooner, but they don't meaningfully accelerate Pantalaza because it's the same thing as, like, if you play Nature's Lore or you play Cultivate, you are casting Pantalaza turn 4 anyway. Same diff. Versus Cultivate is a better discover target than Farseek. So I would cut down on any ramp that does not get you access to 2 or more mana on basis of it making you sad to discover into, and I would do more setup things like Concordant Crossroads or God, even Bitter Reunion. Ugh. How down bad are we that I'm recommending Bitter Reunion? But we can like set up for Pantalaza a little bit of card selection, a potential haste enabler. Like this could be good for an explosive turn. I think this is possible. You can test with this as one of your, like, I think you want a number of 4 to 7 mana. 4 to 7 mana. I play this, my board explodes. So Pathbaker Ibex, Craterhoof, Become the Avalanche. Well, Jay Dizzy, I'm not recommending cutting them totally, but I'm recommending swapping some for 3 mana double rampers. We did suggest Hammer of Perforos, but that's what I would do. You are, hey Xavier, not Xavier, my man Casey, you are holding hands. You are holding hands with JM in the Kindred Brainworm, but I think that's the direction we take it. Is more haste enablers, don't do 2 mana ramp as much, do more like, do more 3 mana get 2. And I think that will fix some of the ramp up issues you get. And then it has to be like, the turn after you play Pantalaza, you are looking for lethal. Every time you untap with Pantalaza, you objective, kill a bitch. It is not objective, okay, now I need to establish a board state, now I need to start drawing cards, now I need to start ramping. It is, they let me have Pantalaza, and that is the last mistake they are ever going to make. I am now going to drop, I think turn 1 for 1 is okay because it speeds up Cultivate. Like, I think to get into the tempo of this deck, it is better to ramp on 1 mana and 3 mana than it is to ramp on 2. But 4 mana is also acceptable because more important than 1 and 3 is the general vibe of, would I be okay discovering into this ramp? Which turn 1 is less so. Also, fuck you, Cut Soul Ring, I hate you. So we're going to go to a manual ad break to get the pre-roll demons away. And then it's time for Magic Keeper's deck. I'm gonna make more gamer subs. So for those of you that can't read lips, as soon as I sat down, what I said was, oh, this will be funny. I'm going to ban everybody who brings up that we're muted in this scene, and I'm going to punish you for not having studied lip reading. And what happened? Some people asked to be muted. Some people asked to be muted. I love drinking TV static. All right, I'll begin unbanning everybody who tried to be helpful. That's what you get for trying to improve the quality of our stream. We're shitty on purpose. All right, who else did I ban? I think we've unbanned all the people who died for the cause. Lemon Splaw, I can talk about that in a different stream. We definitely don't have time today because we have been even vamp heavier than normal. So we are moving on to Magic Keeper's spooky deck. The deck in one word is Skirmish. Primer. Although it's a fairly... oh, God, this is a fucking PhD thesis. Okay, hold on. Primer. Dear Maldhound, I don't like the people in my life. I hate it when they smile. It fills me with a deep, frothing rage when I see anybody around me do anything that appears to bring them any semblance of joy. Also, I love feet. Maldhound, what do I do? How do I improve in my efforts to suck on my own toes while simultaneously dismantling the dreams of everybody I care for? There's your primer. Okay, we originally had combos, but we weakened those as we wanted to focus on the control aspect of the deck. Also incredibly important is we play against bots. This deck has been this deck is played into a pod of combat centric lists from a commander subreddit, and it was modified so that CPUs could pilot them. And now the deck is forever warped into an egregious high power no combo meta. Okay. So the deck may never expose itself to Gen Pop, but it wants to be able to. Alec Man, thank you for the $5 super chat. Welcome to Dog Heaven. We are not making it out of the gripper zone with this one, fellas. Real as fuck. All right. So we have a couple difficult things to go over, and before we get into any of the mean stuff, Magic Keeper, first I'd like to say I'm sorry that you don't have a consistent human playgroup. If you want people you can play with, I would highly recommend joining my free Discord, which can be pulled up with the ! Discord command, or joining Prof's Discord. I know he has a free one that puts a lot of spell table games together. Even if you can't play in person, doesn't mean you can't play with people. And if you're trying to navigate playing control, specifically toolbox control, Trying to manage that against bots is very much like playing Smash Bros. Only against CPUs. You can only go so far, and so much of control is playing mind games and understanding when to hold things back based on the human element of your playgroup, that whatever we see here is even money that it's going to be deformed beyond recognition because of the constraints of an online playgroup. Now let's get to the actual roasting. You are a stinky bitch, sir. Or ma'am. So first of all, not going infinite with Zethy, distinct mistake. The point of playing control is to combo off in Commander. The point, or you're doing like beat down stacks. But if you are playing control in Commander, it's because you are inevitable. You should not be extending the game for the sake of having a long game. Now, in the context that you are literally playing with yourself, I can understand why you might want to have that take longer. You're savoring the moment. That's fine. When we get to playing with real life humans and not one-man couch hockey, the point of using control to extend the game is because you have some sort of like hard win condition that takes longer than other win conditions, and you're doing toolbox control to give you enough time to get that done. And so if you're like, I'm not going to do infinites because the game is over too quickly, that's the point. So let's see what you currently have. We have hard removal, and now we want to cast these in the late game to reuse over and over again. We are using Mystic Remora, sure. Off rip, one thing we have overlooked, presumably because we are playing against robots, is draw discard. Zethy's exiling stuff from your graveyard in order to put the kick counters on them. Where the hell is my guy Frantic Search? The first thing we should be concerned with is how can I draw cards while also putting them in my graveyard? Now, you haven't been allowed to previously use things like Fact or Fiction because you have CPU opponents who are going to fuck up the like opponent decides part of this. But like this is the type of card selection that you want. You want something that's going to put some number of card in hand and some number of card in grave. Card in grave, yes. Card in grave, second hand with Zethy feet. So focus on that. This is the wrong deck. Let's pull this over. Evasion. Sure. We want to swing this bitch a lot. We want some evasion. Grave Hate. Not unreasonable. Pillow Stacks. Solitary confinement. Solitary confinement, I will give you, is a little bit clever because you don't mind filling up your graveyard a little bit, but you won't get to keep this around for very long. Tangle Wire is crazy. Tangle Wire is crazy, and I think this is a symptom of the very specific type of mental illness that you have developed with the pod you have made. This doesn't work particularly well with anything Zethy is doing. You generally like have to get yourself untapped so that you can spend mana to either kick Zethy a ton or to pay for the things that you have recurred with Zethy. So I've really disliked Tangle Wire. Ramp is totally normal. Machine God Effigy. Clones ain't bad. Redo, sure. Counterspell removal. I'm less up on counterspell removal because Zethi is only going to let you recast these in the attack phase. This is one of the few Azorius control decks where for the most part you are happier letting them resolve the thing and then responding to the resolution. But you can afford to hold up a few counterspells. Then we have 6 pieces of mass removal. Then we have a ton of temporary... Why are we removing things temporarily? We can just be the villain. So silence and non-land permanent. Win con shopping. This is a lie. 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 We are simultaneously on oops all removal and on I'm going to steal a win con from your deck. MLP, these are win cons because they built creature win cons into the CPU list they are playing against. They have inadvertently recreated Wizards of the Coast archenemy. So then win con at home is Entreat the Angels, which, boy, is that not true. Boy, is that not true. Boy. So these cards aren't unplayable. Free cast commander spells in the context of Zethi are actually quite good, right? Every turn I get to recast a totally free spell. Dope, yes. However, stretching to call them a win con is so deeply egregious that I do worry you have been permanently hurt. Like you've permanently warped by the nature of the CPU only pod. Like I feel like I'm looking at somebody who's like, I'm here for the bowling tournament, and they're learning for the first time that other people play without the guardrails up. I think it will eventually win the game, but again, quite soft. Even approach would be usable here. This is what happens to a motherfucker when they try to build Azorius without any infinites. Like, I know it may not feel good, but if you want to do Zethi control, we gotta have something that is more firm about I win the game. Whether that is an infinite, whether that is a Thoracle combo. My friend Bean has killed me any number of times with Sentinel Tower. Fuck this guy. Yeah, you can also pretty easily just use like white Voltron. Just use white Voltron. But there's... I don't think we can edit this deck on a 1-for-1 basis. I think this deck is... I've been negative enough about it, so I won't say poisoned, but I'll say this deck has been influenced so strongly by the fact that you know exactly what you're going to be playing against every single time, and you know, more importantly, you know the pilots are going to be bad. We have given up way too much of the proactive Zethi game plan for the sake of ankle shooting CPUs. Which is exhibit A through Z is the fact that our win con shopping are all theft spells, and our win cons at home are all spells that we have to be like deep in magical Christmas land for real people to let us resolve. So if we go to the goldfish, I'll crack a misty rainforest for a deserted beach. I'll crack a scalding tarn for an island. And like it's turn 2, we don't have draw spells to set up Zethi, but we have removal. And so I'll remove something. What else am I going to do? I'll ramp with Midnight Clock. Turn 4, fish. I'll say you draw 3 because we're playing with like, or maybe draw 2. At least one deck is on Creature Stompy. We'll draw 2 from Mystic Remora. We'll let it go to the graveyard. We ramp again. And we like Psych Rift something on someone else's turn. Now what in the Sam... Now boy... What in the Sam fuck are we doing giving other people 1/1s? I've forgiven a lot. I have forgiven a lot looking through this deck because I am sympathetic to the plight of somebody who does not get to play live games of Magic. Why in the goddamn fuck are we giving up chump blockers to people we can't even politic with? So we play Dream Trawler. This is kind of this is the first proactive thing we've done. Dream Trawler goes up to 4/5. We attack. We get to draw a card. We like Phantasmal Image something. Or no, we would probably destroy all untapped creatures, Phantasmal Image something. Nope, doesn't work. We Phantasmal Image, Dream Trawler. Yeah, we have 2 Dream Trawlers now. And we've blown up everybody's board state. Next turn. I think the Midnight Clock shuffle has happened at some point in here. Which, does this kind of non-bow us? It shuffles the graveyard away, so we do have to be pretty careful about it. But now we have, hey, big fuck you Dream Trawlers. And so we do this. We ramp some more. We interact some more. We counterspell some more. We ramp some more. Oh, the clock shuffles away too. Good lord. Well, the clock exiles. The clock doesn't shuffle, actually. The clock exiles. So... So your premise isn't wrong. I think the premise of I want to do toolbox control in Azorius. You are on a path that exists in the world at this point. I want to do it with Zethi. That also exists because there is a ton of instant speed interaction that Zethi can reuse over and over again. We are still on a path in the world that is real. It is a dark road to places where people won't call you back, but it's real. Once we reached the point of playing against CPUs and playing against a specific meta to allow the CPUs to pilot it, I think that's where now we are deep in an alternate timeline where the number 7 never existed, and we're witnessing a society that tried to figure out life in base 9. Because we have so little anything to drive our game plan forward, which actually makes sense in the context of a CPU game. Because in the context of a CPU game, longer is better. The reason I brought up playing Smash Bros against CPUs is I've spent time playing Smash Bros against CPUs when I wanted to learn how to use a character, and the longer the game goes, the more game you get. And because you are the only person whose experience you need to manage, fuck yeah. Edge 'em. Who cares? See, Selenot, you're saying I'm not even sure I understand what the game plan is outside of take game actions. That's the plan. Because that is what playing into CPU meta advocates for. That's what you're incentivized to do. The more game actions you can take, the more fun you get to have. Because you're the only person taking actual game actions. We're not managing the social aspect of the game anymore. And so this is a deck when we have maximized around individual dopamine and individual neuron activation of I get to remove as many things as possible every combat step. So if you want to build a Zethy deck that you can take into Gen Pop, there are effectively 2 viable routes. You can either do combo win, and that's probably going to involve something like High Tide. I don't know what the Zethy combos are. I kiss people. Or you can do Voltron. And Voltron is not going to be like equipment Voltron. You get to do special precious Voltron, which is mono white instants that give you double strike or give you plus whatever. Right? You just Arrestor Zeal all over him, and you do the feather game plan. And if you're not going to do that, you can do the Isochron Scepter Dramatic Reversal combo. You can try to do something with Thoracle. You could even try to do 1/1 counters and proliferate, but your path to victory has to be Zethy's going to kick you in the face really goddamn hard. And instead of having the red pump spells that Feather has to make it go really, really quickly, Zethy is going to be Zethy's going to be tempo. It's I'm going to deal 5 to 7 damage every turn. Each player has 3 or 4 turns to try to deal with me, and I have a ton of interaction to stop them from developing a board state while I kick them to death. And if we're not doing that, I think this list gets a more negative political reception than if Henry Kissinger was brought back to life. Because the list does play Magic. You do know how to make a deck that plays Magic the Gathering. But the deck as it currently stands is a machine that turns game actions into more game actions because it has been optimized around how do I get to play my game for as long as possible when your game is toolbox control. You can use previously exiled cards with new castings of the commander, yes. And I really don't think I don't think the deck as it stands is salvageable from its current position, but I think the way you salvage it is you probably shave a few counter spells and a few of these like WinCon shopping copiers for Voltron pieces, and then we got to get you on the frantic searches of the world. This Zethi list is very, very unconcerned with putting cards into its graveyard because you're pulling all the strings. You understand exactly how long you have to get stuff into your graveyard, and you know that people are going to run stuff into your removal over and over and over, so you don't have to worry about putting stuff in the graveyard. You know it's going to be okay. Versus in the real world, you probably need like frantic searches. God, you could even, hey, time for draft common moment of truth to save the day. 17 cents, instant speed, exilable with Zethi, get something into your graveyard to kick. So archetypally, you have the correct tags for a Zethi deck. Mechanically, a lot of your interaction choices are appropriate. The place where it falls down for me is these 15 cards. These 15 cards seem like they were surgically grafted into the deck by somebody who didn't know what a WinCon was. And if we cut these 15 cards and you put in either a Voltron package or you put in an infinite combo package, the list is like infinitely workable. I'm not going to say it has a lot of Riz because I have personally lost to a Zethi list many, many times. So you are fighting uphill with that shit. But everything about the deck is fine, except for the fact that the WinCons are the result of a lab experiment in which you kidnapped 4 children and raised them in a commander pod with no WinCons to see what they would do. And then the most heat I will give you for the Zethi deck is Sentinel Tower. This will fucking collateral damage motherfuckers, even if you're not comboing off. If you are comboing off, oh my god, the dopamine of just fucking bombing everybody over and over. But even if you're not comboing off, very reliable, very strong damage. Selenot brings up the good otherworldly gaze. There's also Faithful Mending's another good card. This one's maybe not the best because it's card negative. Magic Keeper, yes, to utilize it well, which again, it's much better for combo. It's much, much better if you're comboing off, but even if you're not comboing off, and you're just doing like 2 to 3 value spells a turn, that's still like 5 or more damage you get to throw around every turn, so you can Keeper, I think if you want to go bracket 4, you put infinites in, and if you want to go bracket 3, you make it Voltron. Those are really the two paths. Like Zethi is very, very straightforward in how you can execute with her. Do we want to have Vega in here for more card draw? I don't think so, because Vega is totally reliant on Zethi working. Like, if anybody ever removes Zethi, Vega's cooked. So I would rip this part out, scrub the floors, polish the foundations. If you don't want to play super high power, do like buff spells and try to beat people to death. And if you want to do high power, do infinites. But right now, I think we're kind of... I think we're over here, and I cannot recommend enough joining either my Discord or joining Prof's Discord or joining any Discord and trying to find a human playgroup to play against, because I guarantee that everything I dislike about this deck is a natural symptom of winning the game literally not being important in your pod. Like, timeliness and urgency is not a factor that had to go into the building of this deck, and it really, really shows in the win con section, even though it's obvious that you understand the fundamentals of the game. Yes, they're proxy friendly. So Magic Keeper, thank you very much for the submission. You've got a strong ground game, but holy fuck, do we got to win before the 3-hour mark. We're going to do a manual ad break, and then it's time for Dale. Is Spell Table the app that makes you use a webcam? Spell Table will ask you to use a webcam, but you don't have to. For Spell Table, you can just use OBS virtual camera, and you can use like Moxfield Playtester. Most of the time, if I'm playing on Spell Table, which is very rare, I just use the Moxfield Playtester and I virtual cam in this zone here, and that's how I do it. Excellent, Dale. You got me with that clickbait. I thought we had Card League Small. Hell yeah. God, my fucking jaw, man. I've had a lot of people tell me they prefer Tabletop Simulator. It just seems like so onerous to move everything around in Tabletop Simulator. I've used it for 1 or 2 games that weren't Magic with my friends, and like every time I was like, oh, the only reason this is good is to flip the table. I started with Isarev combo, but it felt like I just made a bad Shorakai list, but using actual pump spells is interesting. Hadn't considered that. Yeah, Magic Keeper, like, here's how we fix you. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go down to the store. You're going to proxy yourself the Chun-Li version of this card, and you're going to tell yourself, am I living up to this art with everything you do? If you want a lower power Zethi list that is actually going to feel like a Zethi list, then you can pack it with some interaction, and the rest of it should be instant speed pump cards, and you should be like, do I feel like my thighs live up to the expectations of these thighs? It's fine if you prefer the Blade Girl art, Shepis. What I'm talking about is very specifically, am I kicking this hard? Am I kicking people in the head this furiously? Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter if you like the Universe is Beyond Art. Doesn't matter if you're about thighs, even though you should be. What matters is, are you about violence? Are you about action? Are you about urgency? And that's how you can get a lower power Zethi list that's still going to make stuff happen. And especially if you do that, I would recommend the like Faithful Mendings, the Factor Fictions, the Otherworldly Gazes, all the cards that are going to let you set up the graveyard to have multiple pump spell to play in one turn. Thighs are overrated. Thank you, KP. Goodbye. Sauce God, hit me with that personal question. I would believe that there are people in that person's life who might overrate them, because there are people who can get like weirdly obsessed with like literally any body part. But thighs in general being overrated is a crazy fucking statement. Crazy statement. Oh, there's also search for Azcanta as Zethi tech. This is again like lower power Zethi tech, but it'll come down pretty early. It's going to help with card selection, and then eventually, even though it's not going to fuel Zethi, it's going to be like, oh fuck, I need answers, and I have a lot of non-creatures, so here we go. I'm just getting into Magic due to my girlfriend, and I have been learning through cultural osmosis and your videos. Does making Elas Ilkor my commander make me a bad person? Yes. Yes, it does. Mark, we are not going to do that rant prompt because we have got to get into Dale's deck, and quite frankly, I feel like my jaw is going to rip off of my body in search of a better life. So I am going to refund that specific request. We will still be doing random smasher passes. Smash. Pass. Oh God. All right. Last. Oh, and we're doing the fog. All right, everybody, buckle the fuck up. We're doing. So for anybody that has not seen a roasting stream before, there is one option that is oftentimes left unchecked in the roast questionnaire, and that question is, do you want me to do a voice? At times, we have had as many as 5 voices available. Most of them were bad. There is one voice that has remained on this list every single month, unchanging. And that is the Foghorn Maldhorn voice that I do in some Maldhound Magic Academy videos. And Dale has requested that his roast be done in the Foghorn Maldhorn voice. So for the end of this stream, we're going to move on to Dale's roast, and it's going to take me a moment to get into this voice because my mouth hurts so much. I said, okay. Hold on, everybody. Lord have mercy. I need to mute this part of the stream. Nope, hold on, I'm getting it. Hold on. I was going to pull up a Benoit Blanc clip from Knives Out, but I'm starting to find it. Okay. All right. I said. This here is a spooky deck from Dale. The primer says, in contrast to the group hug deck where I got lost in the sauce, this one's goal is relatively simple. Burn my opponents again and again until they're dead. If I target players one at a time, this would be at least 120 life to get through, which is kind of a lot. Thus, the decision was made to focus more on burn effects that target every opponent. There is a small sub-focus on making tokens, but their only purpose is to pass the butter, be chump blockers, while we continue spitting on our playgroup and their cards. Suggestions for good ways to keep the engine going and get the best bang for our buck on each burn would be appreciated. Also, I'm continuing the bit of not looking at EDH rec once during construction. Let's see how well that went. Deck in one word is fireworks. We've got group gun. Wrong deck email. God damn it. Promise in Moxfield. Forget about this deck. It's shitty. It's bad. Instead, we're looking at... Oh. Well, god damn it. Halloween bash. Halloween has come early and have we got the party for you. We've got all the classics. Skeletons, vampires, zombies, goth elves, scary cats, and even spiders. While everyone's getting up from their graves and getting down to these tunes, we even have the most delightful snacks. What's in the snacks, by the way, why, it's you. This is a silly, spooky deck that was based on a 60-card deck where I threw Cauldron Familia into multiple witches' ovens and drained the board. So that sentence by itself is wrong. I need everybody... Feet check, by the way. I need everybody to understand that if you had a 60-card combo deck and we've turned that into a commander deck, the combo either doesn't function or it functions and you are instantly in scary. But continuing on, I like that so much I wanted to replicate the experience in Commander. This is the result. The plan is simple. Put out some fodder, sack it, profit. Feel like it has the redundancies to rebuild after a board wipe, which my table is getting smart enough to use more often. It's gone through a few iterations as I try to work out a good curve and a good number of lands. For this reason, stuff with costs of 5 or more, like Grey Merchant of Asphodel, Dictate of Erebos, Abhorrent Overlord, Epicure of Blood, and Army of the Damned were the first to get cut. We want a big party with a lot of stuff to snack on and ways to be rewarded for our hedonism. 2 final notes. I kept up the bit from the last roast and didn't use EDH rec once in the making of this. Let's see how it came back to bite me. There are 2 different 2-card win cons in the deck. I made one obvious, but the other shouldn't be hard to find. Disqualified from silly for the low price of what I'm presuming is the Exquisite Blood Sanguine Bond combo. You may have not looked into EDH rec, but my friend EDH rec found you. Okay. So as always, whenever we see one of these instances happen, the first decision you need to make is the rest of the deck playing to this level, or is this the best thing our deck can ever do? It do win the game though, but if we are ever aspiring to be silly, this straight up says turn 5, anybody else loses life, I win. Can anything else our deck is doing stand up to that? And I'm gonna bring you all back to Rebel's video about the escalation theory of Commander. Oh my god, the clickbait worked. I can't believe the clickbait fake beef video worked. That's fucked up. Anyway. So talking about escalation theory in Commander and how games are less about like average card value and more about people want to feel like there's an escalation of hostilities before the game ends. If your 2-card combo, it escalates so much more quickly than anything else your deck can do, it's just always going to end up lame. Yes, the game's boobtastic. Where is it? Hold on. There's a boobtastic game? Show me. Show me. Where'd it go? But anyway, based on with the other stuff I'm seeing here, if we're finding VIPs, we are... This to me looks spooky, comma scary. This to me looks like we are a combo deck, and we may just not yet accept that we are a combo deck. I realize you haven't looked at EDH Rec. You have picked 99 out of 99 cards from Ayara First of Lochthwain's EDH Rec page. As it turns out, as it happens, it's not that complicated to build an Aristocrats combo deck in Commander. It's one of the most square peg, square hole endeavors you can ever do. So putting you in the snacks. What are these? These are just... Whenever we cast a creature spell is so weird. Some guess are snacks. Okay, so these are like recurrable. Yeah, these are just recurrable things. All the usual suspects. Here are... Oh, this is so bad. Oh. Well, actually, okay. In this deck, it's a little bit better. Because we can at least... we could at least be doing some, like, Alta stuff. Do we have Phyrexian Alta? We do. So we have another... If we have Gravecrawler, a zombie, Phyrexian Alta, and then... Blood Artist, that's just another instant win condition. So this is 100% scary, and then I guess like the big problem is... So Dale, rather than you underestimating this deck in the specific, what I want to use this deck as a soapbox for is a PSA of... Whenever you say, I'm going to build a theme deck, and your theme is a mechanical archetype, the theme of your deck is my cards are good. End of story. I understand that you are trying quite hard to give these meaningful tags and to play into the like, oh, I'm Eric Cartman and I've baked your parents into a pie. All I'm seeing is every good Aristocrats card this side of Chattanooga. It is almost impossible to inject personality into a deck when you have built it around a mechanical theme rather than a flavor theme. And Aristocrats may have a flavor to you. That flavor for most of the table is going to be something between dog piss and cat piss, and neither option's great for you. Now, it's okay to have good decks. I'm not building that up to say you shouldn't have a good deck, you shouldn't have an Aristocrats deck. I'm building that up to say if you want this to have personality, you have to sell it in the close-up. You can only give this deck personality by having personality as a pilot. In your command zone, you have a drain effect, card draw, sack outlet. All three of those things are very, very strong. This deck would probably even be strong if you said this is my theme deck and the theme is bitches wearing purple. That would actually be much more compelling in terms of here's my Ayara deck. There's not another one like it. It's every bitch has to be wearing purple. They must serve in purple. And so going... So when you tell me, to avoid making like a boring generic deck, I avoided looking at EDHREC at all. I both believe you, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because all the Aristocrats cards are so obviously good that we have just built something that is very functional, very tight. And so if you just want to make it more functional, I can do that. You have some things in here that are much more cute than they are effective. Because like Bantu's Monument, this cares a lot about cast triggers. And you only have 23 creatures in the deck. You're not actually casting all that many triggers. All the things that convert to you winning the game are typically like recursions. Like Gravecrawler, we can get our cast trigger going, but our commander also closes that loop. Like we want stuff that is going to make the loop more likely to complete. And unless Ayara's getting shot on sight, we don't need redundancy for Ayara as much as we need redundancy for all the other pieces. So what the hell is the Baba Yaga doing here? Can somebody... Like, this is a... I understand it's a control piece. I understand it does something if you gain life, which you intend to do. But... it seems like it's in here because it's black. If we want to recur something... motherfucker, we are in black. We can just pick them up out of the casket and stand them up, say, how do you do? Versus, if we want to edict somebody, we have a number of other good edict effects. And this one isn't even the best. I'm pretty sure this man has been power crept by another 3-mana option that forces a non-token sacrifice. We're also stopping short of playing basically every tutor we have available. So we have a lot of stuff in here that's like, it doesn't do anything until the deck is already winning, and it doesn't convert that already winning into a firm win condition. So we could do... I'm not that mad about Conrad, particularly... Although I think you could turn Witch of the Moors into a mind crank and just go, okay, I have another infinite. Or, it's not infinite strictly with Sir Conrad, because it depends on a creature getting milled every time. However, oh, Dale, I can read Witch of the Moors. I understand why you put it in there. I'm just saying, like, it's an amount of mana that we want to be trying to start closing the loop on this game at, and not, I'm going to begin slow rolling the board. If we weren't on combo in the first place, I would understand Witch of the Moors. I would respect Witch of the Moors a lot more. But Witch of the Moors is like, it's repeatable, but at 5 mana, this deck is just winning. That's what we've set the standard. We have set the standard of this deck at 5 mana is I win the game. And so what I'm going to have you do is you're going to pull in Vampiric Tutor. That's going to cap your deck on bracket 3. You are going to cut this fuck-ass Soul Talisman. You are going to cut Shadow of the Past. You are going to cut Nyx motherfucking Lotus. You are going to cut Bubbling Goddamn Muck. I really like Endrick Saw. This is a true motherfucker for sure. These token generators are okay. For other card draws, so we're gonna get Vampiric Tutor, and we're just gonna fuck you up with genericness. You're gonna get Phyrexian Arena. You're gonna get Greed. You're gonna put some cards into your goddamn hand. I would also recommend, if you want to scratch the gambling urge, you want to have Keen Duelist, you also want to have Dark Confidant. You have a little bit of life gain. You don't care about having a high life total. And your curve is immaculately responsible. So all you're going to do is you are going to have Fade King. The deck is $10 at your local Kinko's. Don't worry about how much the deck costs. This is not your deck for personality. You want to put personality in the deck, build the Purple People Eater and do a Yara, but everybody has to be serving in purple. We're going to make this deck effective. And the way to make this deck effective is we are setting the bar for what is a good card. In this deck, a good card is 5 mana and can potentially win us the game. If it can't do that, it should draw us to the 5 mana cards or the 5 mana pieces of the loop that will win us the game. Or, quite frankly, no, 7 might be enough. 7 might be enough pieces of interaction if we figure out this card draw stuff. But again, exquisite fundamentals. You 100% understand how to build a functional deck list. The deck functions 100% not at the power level you told us. Let me just... No. See, like, imagine if this man was Dark Confidant. Hey, look, we lose 5 mana. Or we lose 5 life. I guess that would have happened on turn 3. Who cares? And then like Nyx Lotus. Too slow. We play Yara. Next turn. Lose 3 life. Who cares about our life total though? We go 4. And then like Lolth is not making it happen. We can Dreadhorde Invasion to start amassing zombies. We can black market connections to start drawing us cards. Now we have part of one of our loops. There's a changeling we made, we'll sacrifice it. And like now, with these 2 on the field, we get Phyrexian Altar, we've won the game. Those are the types of wins we're trying to put together with a deck like this. You have picked a very, very good mechanical loop. So I think we should execute on that loop better. Like, Lolth can contribute, but at the speed we are trying to go, we would much rather have things that can, like Conrad, who are either going to be part of the loop or are going to tutor us to the loop, or are going to draw us an extra card every turn to get us closer to another one of those loop pieces. So that's what I would recommend. But you are 100%... Dale, you are dominating this corner down here. It rejects any personality. The aristocrats are too smooth. Any thought you have about trying to be interesting or clever will slide right off of them because aristocrats has been solved for many a year. However, I will compliment your deck building skills. Doing this with absolutely no EDH rec, you ended up hitting upon basically everything EDH rec would have had you put in the deck. And that does speak to your ability to either scryfall or remember what's happening in most aristocrats' lists. So thank you very much for the submission. And I hope you're having, honestly, a cursed day. I hope you're having the worst day ever. If I played against this type of deck, I would... I remembered his name now. This is how you would get me to play Yashawn. Quite frankly. This is how you would get me to play Yashawn. But the little things I would fix is we're greeding out. We're greeding out in the major leagues. Greed is for the minor leagues. So this is a good solid deck, but you've set the ball yourself. You have set the ball yourself at 5 mana. I'm trying to win. And if the bar is 5 mana, I'm trying to win. Let's hold tight to that. All right, that's going to be the end of today's stream. I'm going to go crawl into the fetal position in my bed. We're going to find somebody to raid. Elk is live, so we're going to go raid 3-3 Elk, hit them with the indestructible Justin rant command. Please and thank you. I will see you all tomorrow, and tomorrow we will be roasting even more commander decks. So have a good weekend. I hope you had a good time today, and please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's going to be it for us. Free roast stream is next Saturday. You can cap out at 20,000 Twitch channel points. So if you have less than 20,000, you have not hit your ticket cap yet. YouTube, I don't yet have a good solution for you, but I am going to work on it. Everybody else, goodbye, good luck, and stay toxic.